Welcome back, everybody. We've got more Valorant action here with the NECC. Somehow, Dallas, we aren't ever the first ones on slot for broadcast, but we still end up being the first casters on broadcast. First matches somehow just seem to slip away from us here, but we're here for the second one. Now, technically, the first. It's GVSU, Grand Valley State University, facing off against the very coveted and very accoladed, so to say, Akron Esports.
Yeah, once again, two teams. I mean, it seems like we cannot get out of this champions division. I'm going to say whoever's doing scheduling, thank you for that. But regardless, and all things said and done, at least these two squads, I mean, at least two solid advocates here in the champions. We've been looking again and again and again these past couple weeks, seeing a lot of big hitters here early on in the season. A lot of kind of 2-1s, 2-0s, kind of sitting in those situations of this past couple weeks to see who've gotten their initial wins. But now we're kind of looking at the opposite side of the coin. Not on a super bad side, I'd say, considering both these two teams are sitting at a 1-2 record overall. But, I mean, just overall, still kind of gunning, trying to figure out a little bit of kinks here and there and then make these adjustments according to the new season.
Yeah, and we also have to keep in mind, we can look at their winning record, their standings in general. Both these teams took their one win over Ohio State Gray Squadron. It was a 2-1, very close victory for GVSU. Yep. Not the same thing to be said for Akron. In fact, Akron took it 2-0, and that's, I mean, to put it bluntly, that's the nicest way to state it. Akron, they only let them have 4 rounds. Yep. Akron kept in the 4 rounds in 2 maps. That is a ridiculous statistic. And you look at the other side for GVSU, and they let up a full map. They got that third map pretty close. That first one was somewhat close as well. They struggled against that team. Akron did not have the same luxury to say that. They dominated throughout that matchup.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, when it comes down to Valorant, obviously there's times where players, they can go ahead and kind of line up the leaderboard time and time again. They can have these on days, and you can definitely have your off days. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, whether you're actually hitting your shots early on in the day. The mental of the game is actually just kind of holding up to that match time, and everything just feels pretty consistent overall. So, I mean, it's always a variable. It's always something that can really be there. But overall, at least here today, there are going to be factors and other things in the way. So we can go ahead and at least break down these rosters for both sides, considering that, well, these are the two teams that are going to be very important to us. We can start off with that GVSU squad, considering they're the ones who are going to be the away squad. Looking at J-Rod, Cam, Yoshi, Kings, and Cheese. A little bit of a more older roster, as you like to mention. You like to talk about the seniority of these squads, but we don't see any seniors. It's just a lot of juniors and a newcomer here inside the group.
Yeah, still upperclassmen and an undeclared freshman. Don't worry, you still got plenty of years to figure that out. It took me a while as well. But for Akron, we've got a somewhat older roster. At least they have a senior, to say the least. A. Smith, Ezra, Ryan, Acorn, and Farrell on their side. There is one freshman, but this freshman has decided their major. They're going into computer science, a very solid one to work from. We even have a nursing major on their side as well. Very good, I guess, assortment of majors to work from, which is something we do like to see here in the NECC. Here's our standings I'm mentioning before. Northwood, which Akron has faced. They took a loss last week against them. They had a tough time against them, that they did make it to at least one map, for their side. Northwood, though, very dominantly in first place. I don't think that's going to change. They're easily the best team we've seen in the NECC for a long time, but Davenport is very hot on their heels. Purdue had a rough time. They're 2-1. WVU, Indiana Hoosiers to follow up. Akron is sitting at 6th. They're pretty much tied away with the Illini Esports Orange, but they've had a better map differential, why they're sitting a little bit higher here.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, overall, this is kind of why you see them sitting at this 1-2. I mean, this entire division is extremely stacked. I mean, you look at Davenport, you look at Purdue. More importantly, you look at Northwood. You said one of the best teams we've seen in the NECC. This squad also won Campus Clutch last year, so technically the best college esports team in the world. So that's another thing to go ahead and just kind of keep in the back of your mind and know that, you know what? Now that we understand who they're going to face this season, it kind of makes a little bit of sense. So you got to win these matches that are against everybody else that kind of feel within your own level, so you have a competitive advantage coming into the squads against the bigger top 3. But I mean, it all comes down to the environment as well. With the 2 maps we're starting off of, both being very interesting in their own right with Fracture and Pearl, Icebox is going to be that dedicated decider, it feels like we see on a week-to-week basis.
So interesting to see that Fractured Pearl be our first 2 to go forward. Haven and Lotus being the first to be banned. Haven being banned first is a little bit odd for GVSU to go for, but maybe they're just not comfortable on that map. Split followed up. That's none too shocking, but Ascent being banned and letting Icebox be the decider. If there was a map for it to be a toss-up, I would say Ascent and Icebox would be the 1 to 2 to say, hey, maybe we do ban Ascent since everyone is going to be so darn good at that map. And we see it fall to the opposition's pick so many times. Just let it not be a factor here. But with Fracture and Pearl on the board, these teams better be bringing out the very depths of their strat books here, Dallas, as these are maps we don't tend to see very often, especially with the fact that well, we don't really get to see Lotus. They aren't necessarily the newest maps on the board, but they are somewhat more recent, and they are ones that not very many teams like to pick, especially the lower you go in the divisions for the NECC.
Yeah, Icebox and Pearl, we've oddly enough kind of seen here a pretty good bit. Pearl, even then last year as well, during its initial release, a couple teams will be picking that things up. And I mean, props to them. I've loved this new age of Valorant. Even in the VCT scene, we're seeing a lot of Lotus being picked up. It's great to see that these maps are being picked up almost immediately. We're not having to wait 3-4 months just to kind of roll for initiative and see on our D20 if we're going to be picking Pearl or not today. I mean, finally, we're getting these map pools that are actually starting to feel a little bit more consistent. Teams feel comfortable in these areas, and they say, you know, this kind of feels somewhat similar. So we compare Pearl maybe to something like Us 2 back in the day, or I mean, you know, something along those lines. A little bit of like, I'd say apples to oranges, both fruits, but still they do have their own significant differences. But I mean, looking at Fractured, that's the one that's really outlined to me. I mean, because Akron already, you talked about that ban, knowing that you want to get rid of that comfortability map, which probably explains the kind of win that they had over last week. Because if you remove Ascent, that's going to be the only map that everybody can guarantee probably found themselves at least 8. But, I mean, when you get around to that Fracture, though, that's where things really start to switch up. This is a very, very odd map. Not very many teams know it. And even then, a lot of teams, just more than times than not, just typically hate it and like to just get it off the board outright.
We'll also have to keep in mind that both of these two teams are GVSU's week 1 matchup, which is a very close loss, might I add, has been against top bracket teams, right? Akron has faced off against the Indiana Hoosiers. They faced Iowa State Gray, which they took. That's the bottom seed bracket. That was both teams winning that one. And they faced off against Northwood, which they barely lost to when it came to that third map. Even then, the Hoosiers' loss for GVSU was an OT thriller on that second map that was just barely a loss against them. OT is really a toss-up when it comes down to it. This is the matchup that we're going to see kind of separates where that bracket's going to start to split up, where that bracket's going to start to face. The early few weeks of a season in the NECC, that's the ones where it's kind of feeling things out. Sometimes you get a little bit bracket blessed in those few weeks, and you kind of get overestimated, so to say, about how you are. Sometimes you fit right in, and you face tough teams, and you sit at the top, and you stay at the top. And we're kind of expecting that in Northwood and probably Davenport, which has also been really big on that up-and-up Dallas. I don't know if you've seen the collegiate rankings recently, but they are climbing up. I believe that third right now, sitting comfortably with Northwood still at first. This is going to be a very tough season, but they've got to start here in week 4. They got to get it separate and give the go-ahead. Yes, if you're Akron, a GVSU, a win against them isn't necessarily the biggest thing because they're sitting, third from the bottom. But if you're GVSU, this is a big proving point because everyone knows how accommodative a team that Akron is, how good they can be. You take this win and you are setting yourself up really well for success.
Yeah, this is kind of where the road really starts because that's where already looking at the standings earlier, you could see the numbers. There's a couple teams also sitting at that 1-2 standing. So keep in mind at the end of the season, when it comes around to that playoffs area, it's the bottom couple that get cut out. I feel like this is where the line's set because even though, you see 2-3 getting eliminated, we still like to group in that third team. Even then, sometimes that fourth team, if they're just kind of sitting around the same league when it comes under their record and round differential to say that, you can probably go ahead and put them in the same ballpark. Even then, they're probably not going to go too far getting in that playoff situation. So you want to make sure to have that good start, that good case for yourself right here, right now. So, 2-2, you're hitting even, but more importantly, you're setting your opposing side to a 1-3. And that one win, knowing you're sitting at a 25% win rate for the entire series, not even just your maps, which can possibly be a little bit less, that's going to be the difference maker here, is setting up that stat very early, padding things up a little bit and saying, look, going forward, things seem feasible, things doable, but what also is doable and what is feasible for me is a very, very interesting selection in terms of the agents. And I'm loving what I'm seeing across the board. A couple of hovers when it comes over to that neon. That's the biggest thing I'm looking at currently, but everybody else kind of looking your tried and true with that Sentinel setup being, obviously the main opposers.
Anyone that's ever heard me and Dallas cast for extended periods of time, how much we love to see a Neon brought in, whether it's here on Fracture, where she tends to be quite nice and snug at home, or over on a map, say like Haven with 3 objectives, where you can really swing down to that seaside very quickly. Either way, Neon on this map is one that's extremely positive. There was a slight difference, obviously Neon being switched off there for Akron, going over to the KJ instead, and of course a Raze that was being brought out in return over the Cypher for GVSU. I would say Akron's switch up there and opting not to go for the Neon may be a comfortability factor. I think with the fact they already have that Raze, they do feel like they're, plenty prepped enough to swing forward aggressively into sites, but they're starting off on the defense first, and that's going to be a bit of a problem with GVSU already bearing down their throats, taking that first round speed and aggressing into site quickly.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to the young, you get a little bit more variability in terms of what you can actually do with your kit and what you can do with your team over the course of the entire map. But when it comes around to that GVSU squad with that raise in hand, I mean, you're going to be worried about just bursting onto site immediately. So Akron's going to be excelling in the actual hits on site and these retakes. Speed is the name of the game, but it's all really just kind of encapsulated into one singular moment. But talk about these moments. These are super important when you get into these big gunfights on site. Can't really get too much done. It all comes in a 1v4 in the hands of Yoshi. And problem is, I said a 1v4. That seems a little bit, not impossible, but man, is it difficult.
Yeah, dropping down over towards Domino. You're trying to set yourself up for a play, but unfortunately, 2 players on site ready for the defuse, 2 pressing you. There was nothing that was going to stop Akron from quickly closing out that kill and giving Akron a wonderful round 1 performance of, yes, giving up that side and giving the extra credits over to GVSU with that plant, but also saying, hey, we get the defuse, we're still just as happy, and we kept 4 players alive, which means, you know, if we choose to do so, we can keep frenzies or whatever we want to do into this next round and kind of play smart for more, but expected from them. Probably SMGs to be forced up. We're going to see a couple of those going across the board. There's that Stinger you've been highlighting so recently, Dallas, about how strong it truly can be. But with Akron on the defense, GVSU get that luxury of kind of picking the distance, choosing where they want to fight, where they want to play long angles or play tight and close, where those frenzies or pistols in their pockets and their hands will have a little bit more success against SMGs that maybe want to play a little bit closer to the mid-range.
And even then, I mean, the Stinger's now in that state to where the first 2 weeks of the season, that's where we saw it being its strongest. Now it is back actually at that 1,100 price threshold, which is just absolutely abysmal. And then, I mean, yeah, it's definitely better, but in terms of the economy, honestly, you just kind of prefer the gun to be nerfed a little bit more so than actually the price to be changed. Because now you're in that situation you're saying, honestly, in terms of actual price comparison, the Spectre's just a better gun overall. For what you can mount it to on these attacking rounds and on these defensive sides, when you're holding these angles, the Spectre just has a little bit more range to it. It can actually go down, and it can actually feel like somewhat of a reliable option to shut down some of these rifles. When the Stinger should spray, it's just, oh my goodness. So overall, a little bit of a slow round here for GVSU, but I mean, that's because, keep in mind, they don't have the guns. They're trying to find the hits. They don't want to let Neon just run in on their own, and it eventually comes out. Problem is, it's a little bit of a bait because they want to hit that A site now, but they're going to run into a little bit of congestion.
Yeah, I already looked for quick rotate being brought forward from mid, from A over towards the B side. Unfortunately, though, for GVSU, it doesn't seem to matter too much. Quick rotate all the way through A hall, swings in towards that attacker spawn and catches 3 players off guard, leaving just Yoshi and Cheese. And Ryan has no problem dealing with that one just as quickly with the Bulldog. And that's another successful round for Akron and a flawless one at that. So they sit pretty and say, yeah, we survived with 4 in the round 1. You know what's better than 4, though, Dallas? All 5 sitting pretty heading into round 3. Or once again, they get to play around these corners the way they want to play. And yes, GVSU will have rifles, but considering they got so few kills and didn't even get a plant in round 2, they may not be able to afford that full armor, maybe not even their full kits across alongside those rifles in hand.
Well, you will see a little bit of one because some switch ups and kind of some shared economy across the board, and even in that save on the ghost in that last round for a couple of them, they will have a couple rifles here and there on the side of Akron to go ahead and now hold out these sites. But it comes down to whether or not they get the read, whether they actually have the information behind these decisions, whether or not they're actually warranted. And you do see a little bit of a hold coming out here already towards this A site, but with these rifles now in hand, kind of a little bit of a split, you're going to be holding these close angles as best you can, and eventually just kind of waiting for something to come at you. There it is. Cam out there with the start, able to go ahead and get one off the board, but not with their own kind of exchange there, because, man, are you dinked up afterwards.
Yeah, Cam's going to make a hasty retreat. Has a little bit of assistance garnered alongside them. But for GVSU, considering they've already knocked down a man over on the A site, they're still looking like they want to push over towards that side. The KJ here for Akron of A Smith is going to slowly prowl in through that B main, trying to find if they can get a flanking position, but a Cypher trap is laid down. The trap wire may be a bit of a concern. Cam's down to 1 HP like we mentioned before, and well, yeah, there is the concern about dealing with that single fade close by. It comes down to the firefight, and Ryan will at least get one trade. With J-Rod losing the majority of their HP as well, that means 2 for JVSU, looking worse for wear, while the full 3 HP of Akron will slowly and methodically make their way through that B hall, and A hall, and work their way in towards site now in a post-plant scenario.
Yeah, even though they had themselves a spike down, that's about the only thing they have running for them, considering that 2 of their players is only literally less than a bullets away from being dead. There's already an easy pick there for Mishrubs. I mean, you have to look for a little bit more. You have to find these picks, and you're able to do that so far if you're Akron. Closure on these corners, and I'm going to say flawless retake on that site. Problem is you lost 2 players actually getting onto it. For Akron, from a perspective of actually getting back to the site and able to fight for their own control and get around this map, they've definitely proven themselves to be a menace as they've already hit themselves a 3-0 mark.
That is a really rough way to go about it for GVSU, all things considered. That they went into that round with 4 rifles. They had gotten themselves a man advantage, came and opened things up very early for themselves, knocking down, I believe it was Farrell right at the very beginning. That is a huge, I guess, fragger for the side of Akron that should have been there, and you're losing that potential, and you're still managed to make a comeback like that. Really starts to hurt into the mental of GVSU. They're going to head into this next round, try to get as much of a dismantled buy as they can. Yoshi relying on that Marshall, 2 Stingers to work with, and then Sheriffs. Yes, you have a little bit of range potential, but not if Akron starts to pressure you like we're seeing here through Satellite, already working from that drop side and trying to take down a player early to make sure, hey, GVSU, you're not getting away with an early one like last round.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we can go ahead and probably see kind of those round differences really start to go ahead and stretch themselves out. What we do see kind of Akron in these past couple of weeks actually winning in terms of these maps when it comes around to the round differentials, either kind of being ahead of the curve or behind by a pretty large margin. So, I mean, when you look at the way they're kind of setting things up, when they're playing this defense, they're playing a little bit aggressive. They know they have the advantage when it comes around to this round, so you're expecting them to push up some. But even then, you just get free picks like that, and you have your duelists overextending. Next thing you know, you have almost no initiated power. You're relying on both these players, and even then, the only information you have is Fade, which doesn't really have too much of a capability of a wide open site like that B area. So you probably need to make that switch.
I mean, when 8-Smith realizes they can isolate that one player and get that kill at maybe a little bit of cost of HP and a worrisome stun, they're going to take that 9 times out of 10. Akron is a team that's going to capitalize on those scenarios. 8-Smith rotates over from initial top heaven, swings over towards tree, and catches one trying to peruse their way in through B main. It's an easy pick once again, and GVSU are looking worse for wear. An expected result, all things considered here, Dallas, that they came into this in an eco round, weren't really doing too much to their name, and they still have the possibility, the slight slim chance of going for a plan and getting a few extra credits on the board. But with util dumpage coming out from Akron, holding on to it as best they can. Yoshi with a very nice frag over towards 8-Smith, unfortunately fighting the nano swarm very quickly. It leaves Kings with no option, and unfortunately they will fall because of it at the hands of the Phantom from their Fade, and Akron will go through another round starting 4-0.
You can say after a very, very rough round that you saw just kind of starting to unfold there, you're happy to at least get one. But I mean, there's got to be more of these kinds of rounds. There has to be more of an effort. You can't really just be farming out those orbs there on the outside of the map, because you know that with that pressure of the defensive side, knowing that they're completely comfortable with giving up space because they know they can retake it so efficiently, that Akron's going to be excelling and just kind of playing around this map. And it almost feels like these points are where you're saying, wow, this is definitely Akron's pick to an extent. And you just can't let that kind of formulation really start developing your own head. So looking for a quick little hit over here towards the B site, you have to make sure you're checking these angles, and even then kind of looking out for any kind of utility, because you know that KJ set up on this site again and again and again. But problem is, this time the setup's there, but no players are. Instead of an ultimate to just go ahead and meet you in the meantime.
GVSU go and pop a Rolling Thunder as well to go alongside Akron's, but unfortunately Ryan loses their life alongside 8-Smith. GVSU's very expedited push towards site has netted them a lot of success here in terms of getting in towards these engagements. Cheese isolates their doppelganger Fade. Farrell will have to clap back to refrag and tries to go for the showstopper here as well. Clear space, but doesn't have anything else there, as seems like the rest of GVSU have quickly relocated themselves as fast as they can over towards A, leaving just their breach as close as they can of Kings, and I think they're about to catch Farrell off guard, and there it is, one and done. Kings will now have a very solid position to work from that flank coming in all the way through Satellite, through Dish. It leaves just Ezra by themselves, who's now been spotted by that trap wire. This seems like an inevitable possibility here to be closed out. Cam is low on HP. They will fall, but J-Rod not far behind to give GVSU their first round win.
Is these perspectives that you see from teams is kind of the way they set things up, but even then the odd little flanks to come in from those attackers every now and then. It was a good call to make that rotation. You see it there that GVSU, they don't have a plan just to rotate. They have an entire plan to leave a couple bombs every here and there in terms of players just kind of scattered about when it comes around to getting these kills and kind of giving them information because of how odd Fraction can be and how many retake situations you have to come from. That is honestly the advantage when it comes to this defensive side, to where once you give it that space, you have a lot more options to be coming back from. You just have to make sure you have the utility to go ahead and clear out these corners. So good lookings there from GVSU to get their first run on the board, but it comes down to another situation to say how much should they hold on to. Well, 2 rifles is good, but how many players you can carry on right here may be better. Even then, free guns, considering that you have the overdrive to play off of.
You talked about it in round 4 of GVSU playing slow and just prowling for those ult orbs, charge those ultimates as best as they could. They've already utilized a couple of them here and there, where you're seeing the Neon ult come out here. The Overdrive doing its best to try to, I guess, catch one player off guard. Unfortunately, hasn't had the opportunity to do so yet, so it's J-Rod that's able to pounce first with the Vandal instead. There goes the fast lane popped out here for the side of GVSU. Once again, just trying to create a lane to work from. And A. Smith says, I don't like that option. Let's go ahead and drop the lockdown and try to funnel you guys as quick as we can away from that site. Cheese is in a very bad spot. Able to take down A. Smith before falling. Will step over towards the back of Staircase to make sure they survive the lockdown. But they won't survive the Phantom in Hand of the Fade, which is quickly closed out as Akron will at least draw things a little bit closer. With that spike down, though, time is of the essence. They managed to molly it away for one. Ezrub's going to aggress through Hall. Takes one. A flash player, J-Rod. That's a second kill gain. Ezrub's now forced to reload. It's an easy 2-on-2 if you can find the kills, and it really is the prime opportunity to do so. But Kings on the flank has no worries whatsoever to cut down the last two players, as time will heal all wounds and the spike will detonate to guarantee GVSU's round.
I wouldn't really say without no problems, considering that, I mean, it all came down to time anyways. You saw these gunfights start to kind of unfold there towards the A main, and even then it seems like now their side can really decide whether or not they want to take the shot or not or find the kill. I mean, so it was a very, very, very awkward situation for both these squads, and really where they were trying to retake from. But GVSU, you knew they had the upper hand just right off the get-go. You look at the ultimates that they're playing with. You look at the kind of utility that's there across the board. You knew that J-Rod's camera was sitting right there on that spike to let you know if any kind of fake was going through. You can play for that clock. You can get that time off. But it seems like so far, once you let that initial unraveling of the side of Akron, immediately when that spike goes down and you don't have enough time to set up, that's where they start to excel. So you have to make sure to get these initial picks, and problem is Akron didn't do that. It's Cam who comes out on top, a little bit of neural stuff to follow it up, and you know exactly what site you should probably be going for off of that.
Cam has been so influential for the side of GVSU about dictating the pace, so to say, about where they need to push towards a site. That is the, I think, third first blood we've seen on the A side alone from Cam. May just be 2 at this point, but it's a very important factor for GVSU in getting towards these sites, especially when they need to catch up to that 4-0 start that Akron managed to gain for themselves right at the very beginning. Trying to hold on. There's your fade from the side of Akron. Still don't know what their name happens to be at this point. Kings is the player to get that kill. Farrell will shut down Cam after their one-and-done kill just moments prior, but J-Rod denies them quickly. Ezra swinging over from Sands takes down 2. A great way to work from. Prowler around the corner for GVSU. Kings trying to get as much flashing potential out as they can. They bite the bullet quite literally of the player of A. Smith. And Cheese, out of nowhere, finds the quick swing around that Radiant crate. The head of Ezra and denies Akron from the total site denial in play, with GVSU climbing just 1 round closer to Akron.
Yeah, that's your clutch right there, and that's especially the one that's going to go ahead and keep things rolling exactly how it needed to. I mean, GVSU, they had themselves a pretty rough start when it came around to that 3-0, but I mean, they made sure to retaliate in a pretty good fashion, considering that all 3 of the rounds that have gone underway have been basically full buys. And knowing that these are the rounds that you're going to see the majority of these games start to unfold here, you have to consider that Akron's eventually going to be shoved into these points where they're having to deal with eco buys. We've already seen some of the switch up in that with the Spectres and the Stingers there kind of in the rear end. But this is where it really starts to hit home, as you can already see A. Smith trying to rock with that Sheriff there. A little bit of a close hold, knowing that you are been kind of the only sole proprietor of this B site map, and you just can't really do too much if you do go down early.
And every time we've seen A. Smith try to rotate over to the A side, it still hasn't really worked out. GVSU have really capitalized on the few glaring weaknesses of Akron's defense. A. Smith holding by Domino. Oh, such a close opportunity there to find the kill. Unfortunately, Cam quick of the flick, and they'll find themselves the first pick once again. 2 in a row now for themselves, and GVSU will use that opening to very quickly swing to the back of site and go for that plant. Now succeeding, forcing a time to take the lap of Akron. And it's just going to be a man disadvantage there to work from, and a gun disadvantage on top of that. Ezra with a Vandal has managed to find one. Ryan get the job done with a Sheriff. That gives them the man advantage out of nowhere. Akron looking like they may have a good possibility to return, but J-Rod by Domino has the angle to work from, but a Prowler around the corner will make sure that their presence is known. Fled away from the back of site. 1 on B main, a second behind them not far. Fade comes out of nowhere, and that's 2 kills, setting things up nicely with Ezra to finish. Akron on a gorgeous retake of that site. Yeah, I think GVSU may regret pushing towards B when A has been their golden goose egg so far in this one.
Yeah, once again, it's one of those situations where you look at the likes of Akron and what they're doing. If they go ahead and cut GVSU off, when you see the kind of setups they get, and when they actually get around and just leaving that spike on site, playing for that post plant, looking for that brim, looking for that cipher, everybody just keeping eyes on that thing and just pinging it out over and over again, just firing through smokes. You know that GVSU is probably going to be winning that round, and that's really been the biggest circumstance to set them up for success so far. But Akron, I mean, if you look at the every single time they went around, when that spike is down, it shows that they cut them off, that they have already wrapped around the map. They've already pushed out. They said, we're going to catch you with your pants down because there's not really much you can really do here. You can't run. I mean, and even then, your shoelaces are also tied up. So you're not really going anywhere. You're not doing anything. We are choking you up. You're not letting anything start to unfold here. But even then, first bloods are also very, very important. And when you give up so many of these, as Akron now here for what feels like the 4th round in a row, you can't let this happen.
Just like in the prep phase of every single one of these rounds for Akron, they're picking one player and putting a kick me sign on their back, right? And GVSU are saying, all right, I'll take that one, an invitation. That's mine. Akron need to start keying this in. This is a major problem. Yeah, they're making fabulous returns and having rounds that are seemingly having comebacks out of nowhere, like we saw just the one before, a flawless retake of that B side. Now they're going to do it on A, which has been their problem child so far throughout this game. This is GVSU's playing ground, and they're trying to prove it here once again. She's moved away with a Prowler. Does get hit by the orbital strike and quickly closed away. King's holding up all the way towards heaven. Does find one pick, but quickly taken down in return. And a quick use of the sky smoke placed inside Paul does isolate, but it's not going to be enough. What a round for GVSU. Cam out of nowhere again. 3 in this round to close the distance once again to Akron.
These setups again, man, I mean, you already saw it. They got right back into A main, didn't really have too much concerns there. They could fire through the smoke, and there was no real problem just kind of holding them up. One player kind of lurking around on site with the sheriff to get a kill on a player with an operator. Not really the best kind of price exchange you'd see, at least from the side of Akron, but hey, I mean, it works out for the side of GVSU to get themselves one more round to be playing with. But it's these scenarios, once again, to where, honestly, Akron, again, they need to notice their own weaknesses. It's these kind of prime examples of where teams understand that we're giving up kills too early. But GVSU's actually taking the bait. They're hitting those sites immediately off of that first blood to where you know if you're the likes of Akron, you can say, we know what site they're going to now. We can catch them off. That timing, that perfect timing we found on all these round wins so far, we can kind of set it up for ourselves because we know exactly where they're going and know they're probably not going to rotate out once more. But with these first bloods and seeing how they start to go, they kind of are a little bit elongated, and finally you see a player kind of getting caught out, and it's going to be once again the A site because you found that death there.
We can definitely tell why GVSU picked the map of Fracture at this point here, Dallas. They're feeding the beast that is Cam. This is a really solid map so far for them, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Well, that's been utilized here fairly early in this round for GVSU to get an idea about where these players may be lying in wait. And for Akron, they're saying, well, our intel's been known. Let's go ahead and retreat. They may go to B. That's not the case. GVSU say, we like the A side. Why would we peek the side that you guys have retaken every single time? Keep smacking A and work from there. Fade with 1 kill. Kings does deny them. Showstopper out for Feral. And though it does find a kill, they take too much damage in the process, and they lose their teammate of S-Robe. Working from drop, they give their back to Kings, and that'll be all she wrote in that regard. Just A Smith left standing in a 1v3 with Spike officially having gone down. Haunt has been tossed to zone. A Smith, 22 HP in a dream, but this one quickly to be soured if GVSU can get their hands on him.
Just waiting for first contact on literally any one of these 3 players, and you're going to be flooded by utility. It's one of these post-plant holds where you have to take it from A main, otherwise there's not too much you can do. You're just playing off audibles, you're just playing things out. I mean, A Smith is in the worst situation in the world. Yeah. So, I mean, GVSU expected to win another round like that once they get inside that cubby, once they find that plant down. And even then, when you look at the number advantage, if it's already playing to their favor, there's no reason to budge. There's no reason to start rotating off site. You know you can just hold these angles. You know you can just play for the trades because contact is the number one thing you're running to on such a small site like that. So it's expected for them. And even then, it's also expected to Akron because you lost too many rounds in a row now. You have to go ahead and face the consequences of that. And once again, you're going back to an eco. It's not one player with the sheriff. It's basically everybody. And it's going to be very, very difficult to hold things down with that when you see that, I mean, over and over again, GVSU have been getting these first bloods consistently.
I also have to keep in mind here, Dallas, that this is GVSU's map pick. They're on the attack, so theoretically they should be favored for a map like this that they're comfortable on. Akron is a team that took a map off Northwood. We know how dominant they truly can be. this could just be a factor of GVSU really loving this map and trying to pull it out. But at the same time, Akron should be well versed on it, and Akron also picks a strange map for map 2. So theoretically, they should be fine. But they're struggling right now, and this has been a major problem for them. They can't shut down Cam. They can't find them quick enough to deny first blood. Kings has been wonderful about initiating over for Cam. Cam this time around working from drop alongside their Cypher for that intel. Cam's dropped down to 1 HP, so maybe not the round for your Neon to get first blood, but they still got to swing over to an opposing site, and this one is where Akron tends to do their best work. The problem is they don't have the weapons to work with.
Yeah, it just comes on these holds. You look at the kind of where your guns are going to start to excel. I mean, and even then, when you consider the Sheriffs and the Stingers, you know that, okay, A site's probably going to be better for them. Hold these angles, get a little bit aggressive with it, hold these corners, and they're going to have to swing on you inevitably. But already, even then, with B being the much larger side of the two, A-Smith's able to go ahead and find an initial pick here. And a lot of damage is done to Cam as well on that Neon. So, I mean, this is a pretty good attempt so far.
Slowly trying to prove up through that B main side. Rifle on the ground should be collected by that Raze fairly quickly. Earl's looking to aggress as quick as they can. A-Smith will wait for them first.
Oh!
The Stinger for 2! Apparently not nerfed enough here. It finds the ace in the round! Sheriff for the last 2! And Akron! What a round again! Stop going to B, GVSU. Your time is done. This is the worst site I've ever seen a team try to face against. Akron can't defend A for their life, but my God, can they defend B?
And that's exactly what we've seen A-Smith there every single round. I mean, eventually, obviously going to have the hold that they need, and we've seen it time and time again, but now actually able to go ahead and play around it and say, once again, is the Akron signature for this B site. Let's give it up. Let's give it to them, and we'll just be there for the cut whenever things start to unravel. And even in the Nightfall, good little follow-up there. You know they're all up top tower, and even in the exchanges of weapons there. You give Farrell the rifle. You give A-Smith the Stinger. You know that you're just kind of working your way down the line, and everybody has something to play with there. I love the comms there from Akron. I love what they did, but they got to make sure to really hit it home here. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at 6-6, and all your effort's going to feel like nothing.
Well, all that effort already starting to betray them here as their initial plays, like they've done round after round over to the A side, have started to trickle through their fingers once again. 2 players down, 1 off site towards side of B, and another one inside A hall off the board, leaving just Yoshi by themselves in a 1v5. And considering this is the last round of this half, it doesn't really matter what happens. You're not saving for the next. You're going to die here with Spike in your hand and nary a chance to work against it. Akron find themselves a flawless scenario, ending this half 7-5. And that's honestly a shocking scoreline, which is even more weird to consider they started 4-0, but a shocking scoreline considering how good GVSU were in the middle stages of that half.
It's one of these points where it's a little bit odd, I mean, considering this is GVSU's map picking, and look at them on the attacking side. When you get that Neon pick, you're expecting them to excel on the attacking side. I mean, Raze is a little bit more of a burst, kind of can use anywhere, but Neon is very much kind of assistant attacking, hit over and over again, go for the rotation, play around the map, get inside your enemy's head. They never know what's really going on. They just see a lady in blue and yellow just kind of being an absolute menace to them. Meanwhile, Akron, they're just going ahead and playing the game a little bit more standard. On that defensive side, they were just kind of playing for these angles. Even though they gave up so many first bloods, they still ended up coming out with the advantage when it came around to the latter end of the half. So when you get into situations like these, I mean, it's going to just prove that they're going to do that much better at actually hitting these sites. Problem is, that first player, you know, guaranteed is going to be Farrell, who has to start going off here, because if that Raze dies, you don't have nearly as much initiating power on the back end of it.
Big difference between Akron on the attack and GVSU. Akron are rocking the Raze instead of that Neon. Neon's really good about cutting down sight lines with that fast lane working from drop. Meanwhile, Raze very solid about clearing corners and cubbies, using the paint shells to deal damage and flush them out to allow for them to actually have that one-on-one engagement for that duelist that you're really looking and hoping to pray for. Akron may be the right style for them, but it's going to be another battle, I think, where the majority of this is going to happen down on that A site, which we already see here for Akron. Cam readying there for the slide, already swinging in as fast as they can. One player up top, that is your fade, and they're off the board, though you lose a fade of your own from the player basement. Looks like the defuse is being trickled slowly but surely. You've got to step through it and finally denies. Akron find a very dominant round 1, much like they did previously, and they'll go to 8-5.
That was almost a fuse as well. Regardless of how much of an effort was going on there and how many players are alive for Akron, that spike was about to be diffused under every single one of their noses. So it would have been even more embarrassing to say how many players were alive, that round could just fall through essentially for free, and everybody was just going to go ahead and go their own way. And guess what? You're going to be stuck with almost no money because you weren't going to die in the meantime. But regardless, so Akron to go ahead and win out that round is kind of expected considering their kind of attacking prowess. They're a little bit more consistent, a little bit more slow and steady, but they actually play the game and commit themselves to a sight line. Meanwhile, GVSU, they just kind of had a sight line handed to them with that first blood just kind of going their way. So with that retake being a 5v5 situation, it offers a lot more questions that have to be answered there in the meantime, but they need to work on their post plant when it comes around to this utility and how they really space it out. But speaking of utility, a lot of it's being invested here pretty darn early, trying to get onto this B side. You know players are going to be close, you know shorties are going to be out and about, so fire every single smoke you see because who's going to be hiding amongst them?
You don't have as much active information because you don't have a cipher when it comes down to it in comparison to GVSU, but you have a lot still on the board when it comes to lineups for your fade. You know exactly how to utilize that, especially with the flank wash that's so important here on the attack with your KJ. Akron have a flawless round 2 here for that second half. A gorgeous display of what can be done with proper weapons in their hand on this attack.
Yep.
GVSU, well, their attack, it took a while to get heated up, and that's one of those bit of a problems. And the problem that came through it is it's a lot like a hot pocket. The outside is cold, but the middle is hot. That's what that first round came out to be, as the outside on both ends was a dominant wins for Akron, and the inside was good for GVSU. It may be the same exact scenario here for the second half, but now GVSU on the defense, and I haven't really seen them pull out any sort of pizzazz. Hopefully this rifle round will be enough, but keep in mind that Akron are rocking full rifles as well. Yeah, maybe soft rifles with Bulldogs majority, but they're still a very dominant team. They can rock with any weapon, and they know that A side is going to be the best one to take.
And considering the guns they have in hand, it really makes sense with that Spectre, especially kind of being the lead of everything else. You're able to go ahead and at least get one in there in the meantime. A good start coming out from Farrell, and even then considering all the Bulldogs you have, you can hold down this A main pretty efficiently, I'd say. But once again, it comes around to spacing out that utility. And even then with better weapons in hand of GVSU, they could definitely look a lot better in terms of these kills. But problem is, the players are getting mowed down over the course of a singular second from every single one of these Akron players, that even though they haven't invested 2,900, they're getting a lot more out of their money.
Yoshi just trying to play alongside their fade. Unfortunately, it's just the fade remaining. That Bulldog at range, such a dominant weapon to work against. No chance as A-Smith finds that final blood. And Akron will go once again a 3-0 start, hunting for their 4th. And with the fact of the matter is, GVSU doesn't have money for this round. It's likely going to be another 4-0 start for Akron, which places them at 11-5. We'll jump ahead and say that this round is done for them, though. It most definitely isn't. Anything can happen. That is a 11-round start. They've already reached their double-digit margin, which we call that chokehold or checkpoint. They're double the margin of GVSU, and they've done that in a very solid amount of time. GVSU now on the defense, but not much to work with. They haven't been heating up. They don't get the credit boost for planting the spike anymore. They have been struggling economically throughout these rounds. Even when Akron was in scenarios where they didn't have the best, credits in their pockets, they still were pulling out eco rounds round after round with their defenses on B. GVSU needs to do the same exact sort of miracles, and I just don't see that happening unless they wisen up on these sites. And A side is just so strong for Akron with their agent selection. I just can't see it happening, especially considering how Akron struggled defending on A previously.
Exactly. That's really what I was going to get to and kind of nail on the head, was that GVSU, for this to be their map pick, they don't really seem to have a tried and true way of giving themselves any kind of information on this defensive side. I mean, sure, you had the Cypher, and you're hoping that people run into those tripwires or kind of going to that camera to give you something to work with. But in the meantime, I mean, keep in mind that attacking side, it was kind of just handed to you on a silver platter. You had that initial pick, a player overextended, you heard an orb being picked up, go ahead, witch hunt that man, and then you hit a site right afterwards. It's just something. It's literally just a pattern that is handed to you literally for free. But now being on the defensive side where you're saying, now the difficulties there on the side of Akron are actually starting to make some sense, because we can't seem to do much either until you finally end up winning at least some gunfights, giving yourself some weapons to play with.
Cheeky round start for GVSU, swinging quite literally, and I cannot understate this, every single player through top attacker spawn, through disc, through gate, and through bench. A very interesting start for GVSU, and it's warranted them quite a few kills on top of it. Spike control is, yes, still available for Akron, so they can theoretically go plant on that B site they're closest to. But that is weapons, proper weapons, in the hands of GVSU, considering how many players they just tore through in attacker spawn. It does not seem like the best scenario for Akron. This may not be that 11-5 scoreline we're talking about. I said anything can happen. It's not over till it's over, and GVSU are proving that point by trying to put a pin here in this round.
Yeah, and even you're in a really odd spot where you're kind of in these situations where the attackers and the defenders are literally swapped. So you have the defenders inside the attacker spawn, you have the attackers on site doing absolutely nothing, but finally getting that spike down or trying to at least do something somewhere. You're trying to let something overextend, you're trying to let somebody just go ahead and reveal themselves, and you're looking to play for these trades, but one player only has 5 health. That's not really going to work. You're hoping A-Smith can come out with the clutch in this round, able to hold that thing down, but you've got to get that spike down first to be playing with. So already, even then, maybe an ultimate could come up. I didn't know if I really got those pips there, and there it is. So Esports actually has something else to be working with here. You have to play for absolute safety in this situation. That's where they're running away with their tails stuck to that A-Hall.
Wonderful play here for GVSU, though, seeing Kings through that A-Hall instead. They've left the orbital strike in A main. They're trying to work from there, but with 2 players working directly from side, it'll be quite dangerous. Need to watch that flank quickly for A-Smith. And a little bit of intel there with the alarm bot. Slow Prowl working in for Esrom. They've got the right spot to work from, but A-Smith catches them off guard. Esrom sitting in the corner. Orbital strike will go down. Cheese down to 6 HP. It's A-Smith that dies first, however. Esrom needs to swing, takes 1, drops him to 1. Yoshi down to a sliver of HP. A single shot, and there it is! Akron, a clutch! No time for Yoshi anyways, and Akron somehow pull off a nigh upset when it should have been theirs from the beginning. Now 11-5.
I mean, it was theirs, but man, they had to work for absolutely nothing. I mean, after a round like that, even then, it was Akron's just attention to the details when it comes around to that timer. One of those kind of gameplay mechanics I say again and again and again. If you're not practicing that thing, if you're not on site with your teammates in these scrims, counting those seconds, getting that mental clock down to a T, you're going to be in a very, very hard spot. It's a skill that makes your life infinitely easier, and you saw it. You waited for that Brimstone ult until you heard that defuse go down. You don't peek immediately because you knew how much health is remaining in your pool. You were literally one shot. You stub your toenail, you're dead. But speaking of dead, there could be a couple of players down here biting the dust with those kills already following through.
Man, that is such an amazing way for Akron once again on that attack to open things up. Hams off the board. That was the main, opening kill factor for GVSU on their attack. And seemingly the head has been flipped, and a very big problem has been dropped in the lap of GVSU. A match point scenario likely here for the side of Akron if they can continue to find kills. Ryan does find 1, but they trade out A-Smith in the process. That still puts GVSU at a 2-man disadvantage, leaving them to question what to do from here. Spike has still not been planted. I think the side of Akron are really respecting the idea that the orbital strike could be in play for GVSU, but Yoshi just doesn't use it soon enough, doesn't really opt for it, is trying to hold on to it for another time. Great shot to the head of Ryan. Gets tagged themselves, narrowly surviving that shot as it clips through the wall instead, but it's no problem for Fail to clean up, and it leaves it for the final player of Cheese, who, much like Swiss, is now full of holes.
Yeah, it's just not too much you can really do there. Akron, once again, just kind of showing their prowess, showing what they're capable of and made of in this map. And that, even then, that 2-round difference when it came around to the latter end or the very end of that last half, that it didn't really matter too much. I mean, you look at the situation and what's at hand, that a 7-round difference coming around to it and just doubling things up, essentially, that the amount of rounds that GVSU acquired in that entire first half, they haven't even found. It's been Akron just back to back to back, just replicating that success and meeting it immediately with 2 free ones off of those pistols. So you can now see in a situation like this where you have the 2 ultimates to be working off of for GVSU. You're on the defensive side with Bulldogs and half armor. That half armor is really going to kill you when you look at the Phantoms that are kind of very popular on the attacking side, especially when they're hitting something like the A side. You can just see them already pushing for it.
You're trying to combo the bolt to slow. You're trying to combo the orbital strike to catch off Akron, and not a single player is caught within it, and you've now negated all of the potential prospects you have here for a post play with that kit off the board. GVSU now wonder what they're going to do, and it seemingly is just going to be to funnel in through door and lose 2 players in the process. They do get 1 kill. You know, there is somewhat of a positive to be there, but with even trades now going in these next few fights, it's going to rely on the shoulders of Cheese, who's already found themselves 2 picks here in this round, leaving it to a 1-on-1. Nightfall will go down. A-Smith is trying to swing.
Does not
what
care.
A shot! As the KJ of A-Smith, the clutch king for Akron, Dallas. We saw them hold out A previously. can rotate over and hold it again. That's what you got to see. A wonderful map for Akron and, I mean, a flawless attacking position for them.
Yeah, I mean, already you can look at the attacking prowess of the squad. That makes it that much scarier when you look at the next map being Pearl and being Akron's pick. After that map one, you're already expecting going into it, looking at what GVSU's done this season so far, you're saying you need this map. You kind of have to win this thing out, considering it's your map pick. Is it the collegiate special where you see that both teams are going to be winning their map side? You're not quite sure. But, I mean, just to kind of have that second sense of security in your own head, you're just playing things out slowly. 2 zeros are not out of the question. It's not these points where, I mean, it feels like VCT where you're saying, all right, fingers crossed. It feels like we have to get to map 3, right? These guys are paid salaries just to play the game. This is going to happen, right? It makes it that much disappointing when we see those 2-0 score lines and you're saying, well, I wish I had that job. That'd be really easy for me. I mean, at that point, there's just a lot of questions remaining. And it's in the same situation now in these collegiate areas where you actually do win your map pick because it's not something we're very used to seeing. These teams don't seem very organized sometimes. You see a lot of squads kind of just figuring things out and playing it by ear, which seemed like GVSU did when these first bloods were giving up on that defensive side that they were on. But, I mean, when you get to the opposite end of the ladder where Akron said, all right, we just shut down their entire game plan. On defense, they don't really have one because no matter what, they have to stick to a site. They have to stay there, and they're not really lurking out too much because half the time they don't have a gun. Pearl, it's the same situation, buddy. This map is a giant hedge maze, cornfield, whatever you want to call it. There is so many nooks and crannies that you can hide in, kind of play around, and there's a lot easier ways to choke off the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, it's a maze, but you have the map forward and you still manage to get lost, right? That's the problem with Pearl. It seems like an oddity, but that's the way it is. Fracture is a map. We head into this one. You see a nice 4-0 start for Akron, and knowing that this map typically favors attackers a lot of the time, you're starting it off. The immediate question I'm sure is in the back of your mind, Dallas, as well as, well, Akron probably have this one with a start like that, right? It's going to require a huge amount for GVSU, and Akron is a team that's going to find the occasional round win. They squeaked one out 4 or 5 rounds later after GVS took 3 or 4. They find the last 2, and then they dominate their attacking position. That's just what Akron is capable of. And now that we're heading over to another map that isn't seen as often in the collegiate scene specifically, it still is one that Akron felt confident enough to pick it. And if they can win their opposition's map pick on a tough map like Fracture, what can they do in their map pick where they pick a tough map like that? So we'll have to see how it pans out. We'll check it out, though, after a quick break. We'll see you guys when the game's ready to go underway.
Welcome back, everybody, here to NECC. Continuing things log here in a series between the likes of GVSU's White Squad and the likes of Akron, both inside the Great Lakes Champions Division. We're keeping things chugging along with the second map that we have underway, which is going to be the likes of Pearl, which is Akron's pick. But oddly enough, we don't see the collegiate special maybe going underway yet. We're not quite sure because we've actually seen the map pick be won out by the likes of Akron on GVSU's map on Fracture. So things are getting a little bit tough here. Things are going to be a little bit awkward, I'll say, just like my voice so far, but it's all good. We're going to keep things chugging along, and we're going to hope to see that at least we can find ourselves a map 3 or somewhat of a very difficult fight in the meantime.
You say your voice has been awkward half the time. I've been spending half your target points in a coughing fit, still trying to work through the latter half of a cold for this one. So if you ever question why my voice sounds the way it does, I just sound like that, but it's also a little bit of a cold, so we'll figure it out along the way. Collegiate Special, in case you guys aren't aware, for those viewers at home who maybe haven't heard that, it's winning your opposition's map pick. Half of it has now come true, and we'll have to see if the conclusion, the full, comes out here on this one, where Akron could just close out theirs, or maybe GVSU pull off an upset here and take it the other way, and we see that third map come through all the way over towards the chilly, icy map of Icebox. But my guess is here, especially seeing how GVSU got dismantled very effectively on a map like Fracture, it's hard to give the nod to GVSU, but they are a very solid team. There's a region there in the Champions Division. This is a bracket. This is a just division in general where anything can happen.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where you look at the map of Fracture and you saw, like, thinking the way that GVSU selected the map, you're thinking, okay, yeah, this is fine. We're not going to leave it up to the decider. We want to pick it. We want that to be our first thing we're going to. And knowing that we get the advantage and we're going to the map first, it's going to be a pretty hot start for us. There's a difference between, being hot and, your whole plane going up in flames. Because, I mean, they seem somewhat similar, but they're completely opposite results. When you look at the way that they played on that map of Fracture, when you look at what Akron did, it wasn't just kind of a dismantling of one side or the other. Usually the collegiate special is these teams being very close. You kind of see a team go ahead and just kind of tick over towards the end because of like economy or something. Outright, entire latter half, Akron was just completely flawless on the attacking side. And on Pearl, where they're favored for the attacking side, and even then where the map is favored for the attacking side, it's going to be that much more of a problem. So it just comes down to really to the agents that we see, the way things really start to unravel and unfold, because, man, that could be the differentiating factor, but it also comes down to the additional bloods, once again, if GVSU wants to get kind of tricky with it.
GVSU had a wonderful start to Fracture. We'll point it out once again. Cam was the main facilitator of that one. Yes, there was assistance with Kits, huge initiating power behind them, but Cam was the first blood, and I think over half of those rounds in that first half, which is an insane statistic that they were that objectively powerful when it comes to opening kills. Problem is, when you're heating up, the rest of your team is crashing and burning. That is a big problem, right? They're not one and the same. They're very different, like you mentioned. This is going to be a very important map for them. Cam needs to step up like they did previously, but they need the rest of the team to be alongside them. When Cam starts to fall back like they did in that second half, where they were getting picked off first and or second majority of the time in those rounds, the rest of the team needs to be able to pick up the pace. I love the saying, a team that frags together wins together. And that just wasn't the case for GVSU. They had a solid performance, but main through and through, it was Cam and a little bit of J-Rod here and there, especially in that first half, holding down that B side. Either way, starting off here with our agent selection, Dallas, what do you see that's tickling your fancy?
Oh, dude, don't even play with me. You know you are just as wanting it as bad as I do. It's the Harbor that obviously has been ruining not only the likes of plenty teams that don't know how to work against it on, collegiate and semi-pro level, but we even saw it dismantle 100 Thieves here recently. So, I mean, I think across the board and everywhere, NRG specifically as well. I mean, everybody, if you do not know how to work against this guy, you are going to be living in a very, very deep nightmare.
One you don't really have the best chances of waking up from.
No.
I have been enjoying VCT so much because of how strong Harbor has been. Unfortunately, I missed a good weekend of it because I was up in Montreal. But the Twitter threads I was seeing from all these top talents talking about how dominant Harbor is with AvoCat and Jessica and Upline all talking. I got to meet, actually, as they were sitting in the stands at the event I was at with their phone in their hand, more absorbed with VCT locked in than they were with the actual match in front of them. Can't blame them whatsoever. Those matches were insane, and I started to do the same about halfway through. The Harbor's going to be very important, though, for GVSU if they want the best chances possible, but they're starting off on the attack, which will be very important for them, as Akron don't get that favorite side of starting on their attack like they did previously, but they were plenty happy on Fracture when they did the same thing just moments prior.
Yeah, you just got to see what exactly is going to happen here on this map. When we talked about the first bloods on Fracture, it's literally the same way. I mean, the impact of what that can do here on the map of Pearl is the same exact fashion. You do have a little bit more of a standard setup to know where to start pushing, but already you can see that pressure from a Harwell being presented here in the map. Pushing all the way through spawn, you see some players already pushing water. You're going to see an absolute flip of these spawns with so many players kind of pushing out, but even it's just a KO so far, trying to set up that checkpoint. Sit around that fountain, baby. Get comfortable, because somebody's going to be there eventually. You just got to be ready for it.
Quick push as best as they can, but so far nothing's really being given over to them. It's all about playing slow and steady. Ezrub, though, denies some of that building presence from the side of GVSU by knocking down Kings. They still have to be quite wary of the fact that rotate is very feasible on a map like this. Work through door all the way from that middle place, work on in over towards that hall in the alley, and maybe even start to take control over towards sewer, which we can see GVSU working towards right now. It does give them the option to have backwards pressure towards that A side, and Akron may need to start to wisen up to the intel being sent over the top. There goes a quick use of the Cascade, trying to billow up and try to catch some of that Akron offside, but Farrell's going to preem themselves quickly. Astral Smoke is down. They do find a trade for each, but finally Farrell will fall and cheese nest themselves too in the process.
Every single player that's pushed water so far has not come out alive on the other side, or at least kind of stayed alive on that side, and even then, it goes ahead and results in a first round coming out from Akron as they got themselves a couple free kills. Even though all the players on the A site inevitably got shut down, you had the rest of the squad just kind of out and about in the map to go ahead and get the rest of the work done. So that results in a little bit of a buy-up here for this one. Akron's going to look that much better, and even then holding down that B side, they had absolutely no pressure over there, considering that you have a KJ turret watching 90% of that entire lineup. So there's really no problem with having to watch the forward angle like you did on A, where you had to watch the flank from one player, two players kind of looking forward, or vice versa. It just kind of alleviates a lot of pressure when things are kind of laid out for you. And even then, better on a round like this, when you have a purchase to go with, when you have Spectres and Stingers and the like, you can go ahead and push right up the map because you know you have the confidence to probably win that fight.
Akron with a very solid round one to close things out. Now looking to hold longer angles. Don't want to re-aggress too quickly. They have since their, well, still no name. We'll say they're Phoenix this time around, no longer the Fade just moments prior on that last map of Fracture. I swear we'll figure out what their name is eventually, but they've decided to be quite cheeky and have a very nice blank one. Very funny. I don't know how they do that either. It's very interesting to me. The Phoenix working in very quickly behind Stack on A main, just trying to get a little bit of intel for free. Having the potential to do so because you have that quick use of the curveball to get a little bit of flash blinding to rotate back towards site for assistance. However, they don't need it. Ghost in hand, and J-Rod will be victimized by it, and they take no damage in the process. A very nice opening pick once again for Akron. Though Farrell does seemingly have a little bit of intel off the back of a teammate being tagged, they haven't actually started to engage for the kills just yet. Whirlpool goes down, so does the stun. Ezra sprays straight through, and Camp is off the board. Now putting GVSU in another man disadvantage. Ezra not done just yet. Womboing alongside Farrell, and it's just Yoshi left standing. And sorry to break it to you, it's high tide as the Raves come rushing in for Akron, a flawless round two.
Yeah, another round underway to where you know that Akron was already going to go ahead and kind of win that thing. GVSU, what they're going to do to compensate is kind of get in one of these really awkward spots on the map, and hopefully they can catch somebody off guard. Problem is, Art isn't very awkward. It's a pretty default hit from the map. Yeah. So you're not really going to be catching anybody off guard there. Somebody's always going to be stationed up there. And more times than not, it's usually going to be a duelist who always has a flash. So that's going to be very, very difficult for you to be pushing out, especially when you don't really have the guns for that station. But even then, now when you get the rifles in hand to be playing with, it's kind of expected to say, well, where were they going to hit possibly? If they have Phantoms and especially Vandals, maybe B seems feasible. Problem is, though, the switch up comes about. They're not hitting that side at all. They want to get some information on A first.
I think that's the right idea in terms of leaving a lingering player all the way over towards shops. Maybe you work in from Art, like you said, very default position to go from. But the problem is, your whole team is trying to billow up a very solid front over on A main. You lose a player here, and I'm sorry to break it to you, your Cypher's going to be nowhere near to assist you. I think another interesting change we've seen from map 1 and map 2 is the fact that Cam's playing the Astra this time around. No longer on a duelist like we saw previously with that Neon, falling back to a little bit more of a supporting and utility role. Haunt gets tossed over the top. Whether or not Cam will still be impactful will be, I guess, time will tell ultimately, but it has been Cheese at the foray, I think, most of the time here in this map so far to really engage and get those pivotal frags. There goes the Cascade trying to slow out all the way over towards that connector side of Link. A-Smith, though, is unfazed by it, finding J-Rod assistance from their Phoenix, who will eventually fall after an even trade. Farrell still working from that Link side, takes away one's more life, and Ezra, once again, the tandem duo wombo combo is just devastating the few remaining players of GVSU, and though Cheese does squeak one kill too little, as it will be Akron inevitably finding themselves another round win.
Yeah, just underway, just getting themselves one more, especially getting these upgrades is kind of just getting a little bit of PTSD to the game, considering that you saw the same exact start for Akron when it came around to the defensive side of Fracture. I mean, you're just seeing history repeat itself, and you can't let that happen, considering especially on the defensive side, where you see teams are supposed to be a little bit on the weaker side. Seeing a start like that does not really ride too well. So, I mean, even then, the Sheriffs don't have as much potency on this map on this time around. And even then, awkwardly enough, you're pushing the B site with that, where you know that long-range combat is inevitable. So, not really sure about that, but we'll see what exactly kind of rotations come underway, or even what utility is going to be used to compensate for that situation. But absolutely almost nothing so far besides a little bit of information.
GVSU's main strategy of pushing down this long angle is just to send tracers down towards Akron and hope that they tag them and force them to take a couple steps back. It works a little bit, tags the Sage of Akron and forces Ryan to fall back all the way over towards the back B hall on site. But that's a Sage. They can theoretically heal themselves back up, though just a limited amount now. But it also allows for them to use a barrier orb later and slow things down even further. Cascade will be sent. Hot flash around the corner here for Kings. That's going to try to close out the player Phoenix that's up in heaven. They ran their run it back, and off the back of it get one kill. Sent back the other way, and A-Smith and Ryan now combo in for another 2 on top of it, leaving just Yoshi and their Cypher, who once again is nowhere near the team. A-Smith is just burying once again tracers their direction. Yoshi is left to wonder, what am I supposed to do? And I'm sorry to break it to you, GVSU. There's not really much you can do at this point. J-Rod squeaks 1 kill, but I think that may just be it. Farrell aggresses. Nope, can't get the kill. Close enough, though, on all honesty.
I like the effort of the 360 there. You saw the extra turn in there. You're like, okay.
Hey, stop points, right, Dallas, right? Gotta look good.
As a man who started my career in COD, I can appreciate every single little bit of that. But this is not in that game. This is not how that works. And you don't even have an operator in hand. So, like, what's the point, right? It's not as cool when you're on a rifle. But regardless, though, Akron, you expected to win at that round. It went underway. And even then, GVSU, they did get themselves a couple kills in the meantime. Maybe that little joke there towards the end didn't work out for, because when you consider that money and how free it could have been to have yourself an entire extra round, now you're robbing 2,900 out of your own pockets after that initial loss. Very towards the end, but I mean, even then, I mean, GVSU, this is a round that they have to win. Otherwise, it feels like a make or break. Akron will hit 6 probably guaranteed off of the back of that, and you'll just see every single run afterwards. Just kind of be a cherry on top.
I don't know if you noticed that there behind the scoreboard. Yoshi leaving a note, probably for us here in the booth, production in general. Quick little smiley face, but something went wrong. It was a frowny face instead. Apparently Yoshi not very happy with the results so far in this game. Maybe just this map, the last round, who knows for sure. Either way, I'm sure the rest of GVSU is probably following along in the same regard. Not happy with the current situation at hand. They'll finally have solid weapons to work from here going in on round 5. But the same thing can be said for Akron despite their performance they made just last round, giving away a couple extra credits to the wayside, just throwing it up in the air and hoping that it falls back down, and unfortunately the wind picked up. Cheese, though, around the corner here with a Prowler. 2 players for the side of Akron lingering inside a main. The Phoenix we've seen moments prior, and now Ezra close by. Not joined by Farrell, but still Phoenix does get a kill. Ezra with another great shot around the corner, but can't find a second. Seemingly the problem of Akron is just getting one and done on these picks. But there goes that neural theft, and GVSU have a ton of intel to swing aside.
It's a little odd. You have plenty of ultimates. Every single one of the players that actually swung initially did have an ultimate where you're working off of. So, I mean, it's a little bit odd there to know that they can kind of go for that, but regardless, no real big deal there. The Cosmic Divide could have come underway, but you had the Seekers instead to go ahead and kind of compensate for that. So a good first pick coming out of Ryan there. You know you're in a 2v2 situation. You see the closure on site, and already A-Smith doesn't even have to worry about looking at a player because they're not going to fire back. They're not even going to look at you. So Akron to get themselves one more onto the board, especially with that operator underway now kind of being on the field somewhere. You know that's going to be a threat towards B. So what's the better site to hit? Probably A every single time at this point, and GVSU can't really seem to be successful in that one either.
I'll point out we were very worried about the, you call it PTSD, the worrisome side of GVSU, that's going to turn into another scenario where Akron find the first 4 or 5 and then look at a scenario and say, oh, goodness gracious, it's like Fracture when they were playing defense first. However, at this rate, now that we've reached 5, it's looking a lot more like Akron's second half, where they went flawless and didn't even give GVSU a single round. That's a problem, right? Yeah. That is a huge, huge problem for the side of GVSU. And that loser's bonus only adds up so much. It only gives you that extra credits to a certain degree. It caps out. And it's just, I don't know. GVSU have a lot they've got to work on, and Akron are just having no problems, it seems like, besides the occasional overextending and fun they've been having with it themselves against this GVSU side, who have just not found the success they need to have.
I mean, you can go ahead and kind of put Akron in terms of the series so far, say their defensive side is their slow start. If this is their slow start, oh, do I got some news for you.
All right. Farrell, though, the shot around the corner. Kings is now dead. Unfortunately, it's an even trade. Once again, Akron are running into another spot where it's a one-and-done scenario when it comes to these pushes. Cascade gets sent out here once again. We've not really seen a huge impact here from the harbor of GVSU. Feels like Akron just kind of feel out the initial presence of all that util gets sent their way, which is usually a Cascade to start, and then a cove when it comes over towards site for their attempted plants. And they just spray it down very quickly. There's just not a problem for the side of Akron to deny that. There goes the Nightfall, though, for the side of GVSU. Yoshi will go here for the plant. Does not have the cove. It's not a bot it here for this round. But it is finally a plant that goes down and gives GVSU the best odds they've had so far to go for this win. But though Cam gets a kill, it's an even trade right back with the operator shot from Ryan to connect.
Every single bit of this makes sense. I mean, why not? GVSU has to go ahead and put that kind of high tide, look for that way, kind of see what's going on here, and lock this thing down. Get the stuns, play for time, kind of play for those stuns, and see if you can go ahead and just lock stuff out, because that Cosmic Divide is falling down. That's the only objective, is make it play slow. Get impressive here, but the crossfire's already set up, and GVSU is going ahead and being #1 victim of it, because the stick goes through. The one player who's alive sticking that thing is the one with an operator, and you already shut down the long range. You don't even have to take those gunfights anymore. You force them to come up and pressure you, and it just doesn't work for them. GVSU, once again, singing to the round, lost to their side. Akron going ahead and sitting at 6-0 now for a start. Absolutely flawless on this map, and they're only on the defense.
What a disgusting, disgusting round for the side of Akron for that post plant. I mean, think about it like this. One player needs to defuse. You've got the Cosmic Divide. You know that you've separated this in half. You know they have to swing out of that to extend to go for that denial of that post plant. Where are they going to swing from? Directly through the Cosmic Divide, the only angle that's available, because you know they're all there in the first place. Nobody's gone for a counter angle. Nobody's worked in through Link. Nobody's worked in through the backside of Spawn. They're all there. So, how do you hold it? One player holds bronze default, one player holds behind screen. You've got a perfect angle. The only way you need to work against, I apologize, is the direct rush through if they try to go for the player defusing. Well, that's exactly what they did, Dallas, but they kind of shot themselves in the foot.
Yep.
They sent out their Cascade. They couldn't even see the player defusing because of it. And so it was an easy cleanup for the players sitting at bronze default and another player sitting at screen. Total crossfire, dissolvement of the GVSU post plant, and Akron just another gorgeous round for them to give them 6-0.
And a big panic coming out there from the Reckoning as well. I mean, I kind of appreciated the idea, knowing that, okay, it locks down 3 players. That's fine. That makes sense. I mean, 1, 2, 3, that's how many is alive right now, so you're getting everyone. But even then, the fact that the cause of divide is there, that extends up to the heavens. I mean, Lord himself can feel that cause of divide and kind of tickle it. You know that it's going to go all the way up, and you can't see when that timing's going off. So you have to work around that, and we just didn't see it there. And already you're looking to go ahead and replicate that to say, well, this has as far as we've gotten is actually planting on the B side. Not an issue there. You're going to hit it once more. Problem is, you know that it's going to be something expected on that side when you got Ryan holding things down with an operator. They're also resulting in the first pick, so there goes your smoke for post plant, and also there goes your Cypher there towards the middle of the map. So I'm not sure really what GVSU is going to do in a situation like this, especially in a bye round, albeit. But, hey, we'll see.
Dallas, this has just not been GVSU's map for sure. Now, obviously, they didn't pick it, but it's been a bit worse than that. Farrell just knows exactly where they're hiding. A player in shop sees the elbow and says, well, that is a slight discoloration in the wall behind it. Get that one underway. Can't finish and close out for the kill there. Farrell caught off guard with the fact 2 players were there. However, Kings' attempted rotate is denied, and Ezrub catches not just that Kings player, but also once more Cheese, who tried to swing back the other way. And Akron have no problem to solving once again GVSU's, I won't say not so methodical attack here, as they'll go 7-0, and the defense of Akron has been a stalwart wall. And you're coming into this next round with nothing to work with for GVSU. Picking up between the couch cushions, grabbing whatever your credits can buy, and it is not much. Some measly marshals, a ghost even in the hands here of Cheese, a Spectre, which, you know, that's at least something, and a Sheriff to work with the Kings.
And this is when your opposition looks like one of those corporate titans. I mean, just there's so much money just kind of floating out there. There's not really too much they can actually do with it. I mean, Farrell just being that one outlier, but I mean, hey, you got enough buddies and enough rich friends to where they'll go ahead and buy you the best Christmas presents, birthday presents, whatever. If your parents can afford it, they definitely can, and it's like chump change to them. So, I mean, go ahead. No problem there whatsoever. GVSU is the one who's in that struggle bus, though, and they're on the opposite end of the spectrum right now, and even then they're trying to go ahead and just have their efforts rewarded to them somewhere on the map. So it's a very good kind of, I'd say, information being brought up right through the middle of the map, because nobody shot that dog coming out of those doors. You know they're not going to be right there towards the middle of the map. They're eventually going to rotate there. All you have to do is hold down things towards Art, because you can play pretty passively here, and you see Esports going to run into the majority of that.
Shot connects the player of Kings, Sheriff only in their hand. They'll finally be closed out, but Ezra has no problem trading over to Cam as well and taking them down. There goes Cascade, and another scenario where GVSU were just using it to use it. I really don't see the applicable position to work from them there, and it just feels like a waste of the util. Either way, Yoshi still gets a kill on A-Smith, who tries to aggress, but it's a short-lived success. Hey guys, I got it. That's it. Farrell finds you in the process, leaving just Cheese by themselves with a ghost in their hand, and much like the rest of the team, they'll eventually be joining them in the afterlife, as Akron are already bringing out the confetti and balloons for the victory here on this map, going 8-0 on the defense to start. All 5 ultimates on the board, and plenty of money to work with.
Yep. It's difficult to look at. I mean, now for GVSU. I mean, when you're looking at the way they're setting up this map, seems their hits are being a little bit one-dimensional. Can't really go for too much of a default. Kind of have to play off each other. It worked in Fracture for a couple of those rounds, but, I mean, keep in mind, with the scoreboard we saw, only a couple. You can't be doing this now, especially when you see 8-0. Akron is just sitting actually on cloud 9 right now. No real problems being presented to them at all. And knowing that even with all the utility, all these ultimates available, that even if you do get that spike down, that last round was a save round, you're probably going to see him just flood every single ultimate you in this round just to say, you know what? Why not? Better yet. Already, player down. Little bit of exchange. It doesn't even matter. It's the run it back. And, I mean, you just didn't kill anybody with it.
I mean, what are you going to do? They get a free life, essentially, to work with, especially since the buff that came a while back, but you get to keep your armor after the fact. That's quite nice. Makes Phoenix actually a very viable duelist to work with. And Akron is seemingly saying, hey, that viability is not just good for a typical attacking duelist side, but can be very good defensively as well, to be that kind of over-aggressor for your side, which is very important, because though Phoenix lacks mobility, the kind of versatility of this map and the winding angles and things like that really work with Phoenix well. That means that curveball, that means that wall, that means your mollies, everything is just perfect for this kit and this map. It's really worked out for Akron. Ryan with an operator shot right before the Cosmic Divide goes down, takes down Yoshi. Now they don't have a great way to really cover the position that is this site. Really praying that the Cosmic Divide by itself will be enough. I don't think that's going to be the case, especially when the Phoenix once again can squeak a kill out of nowhere. Cheese has been the best player by far from the side of GVSU in this game, and they can't save the day. Akron with another round win, 9-0 start. What a game so far for them. 3 is the minimum you need, Dallas. That's if you're on the losing side of the half.
Yeah. Starts now.
Yeah, it starts now. Game's underway. Get it going.
I mean, this is all you got left, right? I mean, it's just these 3 rounds alone. So, I mean, let's hope there's some pretty good ones, and you're going to start off with the NECC. So, that Thrifty, hey, I mean, all 3 of them are going to be guaranteed to be rifle rounds, too, because of how much money Akron has. I mean, it's not going to be any kind of luxuries allotted to you whatsoever. It's not those early pistol rounds that give you that luxury to get that 1 round off the board. But speaking of already 1 player off the board there for GVSU. So, a little bit unfortunate. Akron just looking to go ahead and nail this thing in. You hit that 10-round checkpoint, checkmark, kind of choke hold situation before the half even starts. Yeah, I mean, 3 ultimates too. Side for GVSU as well. Problem is they just don't have guns behind it, nor do they have lives anymore because J-Rod's neural theft is now off as well.
Yeah, and last time GVSU used it anyways, they didn't really capitalize off of it. They did a better job utilizing that on Fracture, I would say, than here. I don't even tell if it's going to matter. The Phoenix quickly healing themselves back up for the fire and the flames. That's the specialty of the Phoenix. That's what they're named after, in case you all aren't aware of the mythology of the bird Phoenix. Ezra, though, with a nice kill from Kang, away from that A main side, alongside the Phoenix, who is working in from mid-top. Last player remaining is Cheese, and they're trying to poke a bunch of holes in him here. It's going to happen as they are completely cut through. Ryan from the flank, 1 quick shift to the backside, and Akron now go to 10.
So the situations too, or even then, I mean, you're just counting bullets at that point. Yeah. It's something, you know, with a marshal, you're just messing around counting actual bullets at that point, which is something that nobody really concerns themselves with. They're just trying to hit the shots and get the rounds going. So off the back of that round, you see double-digit checkpoint to the side of Akron, regardless, because even then, I mean, sure, GVSU could just have as much of an outstanding half on the opposite end of the spectrum, but that is, that's going to be a 1 in a million chance. I would rather use my luck on winning the lottery, quite frankly.
Yeah, I feel like that would have more definitive impacts in terms of the scenario here, but I think for GVSU, that's the last thing on their mind. The first thing on their mind is, can we get a kill? Yeah. Maybe 2, maybe 5 if we're lucky. It just hasn't happened for them, and that's been a huge problem. I think the best they've squeaked out is 4, maybe a 5 if they got to run it back kill, and won't even technically count it. It's just not their game. It's not their map for sure. I loved their Fracture. I really enjoyed their attacking half. I loved Cam's ability to almost always get a first blood. That's just been gone. I can't help but think maybe GVSU's transition for player roles maybe has a defining factor in that one, of Cam no longer being on a duelist to kind of fight up front, them kind of really lacking that duelist as well. It just seems like an odd choice, but Cheese has been doing exceptionally well in that fade, like they have been all game today, and it's still not enough. It just seems like such a shortcoming for their GVSU in general, and maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing Akron do so well.
And don't get me wrong, I mean, I was hoping GVSU, obviously we hope for even games, but even then I always like to see kind of a good case being brought out for Harbors. I like to see how, the size of Harbors on and go ahead and pad his stats. Make the man look absolutely nasty. Problem is nobody's really doing that in this game so far. I mean, you just don't have too much to be working off of. No real duelists there. Behind those walls, you don't have too many flashes that go on the other side. And that's where Harbor's strengths start to come out. It's when you don't know it's being thrown at you. When you have nothing to throw, that's when, well, it seems a little bit kind of underpowered. So the shutdown to go through, looking to play that thing out. Spike is down, so that's obviously the kind of window that you're taking advantage of. But a lot of players are there towards the A main area. But don't worry, we got so many ultimates, baby. What's it matter? Put them down, go to town, and hold that F4 button like we can actually get things done. There it is. 2 more kills to come through. 1 on the flank. Going to be J-Rod with a Spectre in hand, but can't really find too much. It gets 1, but it's already sitting at half. You're just rushing this guy down, and maybe it'll result in something. But A. Smith doesn't let that happen.
Man, everything was trying to show us like, hey, we got our 1. That's all we needed, but unfortunately it still didn't come true. GVSU's attempted push there. They didn't have their Cosmic Divide ready, so they used their Walmart brand Cosmic Divide. Hey, Mom, can we get a Cosmic Divide? We have Cosmic Divide at home. Cosmic Divide at home is the high tide for your Harbor. It cuts off the back of sight, but Problem is, Akron didn't bring their off-brand Cosmic Divide. They brought the big boy. They brought the big guns. They pulled out the wallet for it, used all the ultimate points available, and they brought it out, and it's single usage like we've seen, I think the 3 times we've seen to be brought out in this half so far, which is an impressive statistic for them. If that's true, I may be lying to you. GVSU have been absolutely destroyed by it, decimated through and through. We saw it on B, we saw it there on A. It has been Akron's go-to thing. It is an easy press the button and win the round util. And I think that's expected for most Cosmic Divides, but you still see a lot of Cosmic Divides go the other way. It's not a guarantor, but it's been exactly that for Akron, which is a crazy statistic in all honesty.
Yeah, and I even kind of mentioned this to kind of having discussions with other players that I know, and even just in my own games, of how easy Cosmic Divide is to pop on this map. Like, you just know kind of where the setups are going to be. You know the kind of lineups, the re-entries, and it's just really kind of made for it, quite honestly, with where the site kind of placements are. But regardless, though, one thing that we could see GVSU made for is possibly around here, because this is going to be their best chance on a pistol. When everything feels like it's equal, you have no reset, you have no guns just kind of guaranteed as an advantage from one side or the other. And if you do have that, you're really sacrificing a lot of utility in the meantime. So to see what can be done here is going to not really take a miracle, but it could take a pretty darn good couple kills in the back of it, considering that Akron have all the confidence in the world to buy up on Sheriffs.
Here on the back side, unfortunately, bites the bullet of a few sent their way. Farrell's the one that hits the initial headshot, though, so they're credited with the kill. Akron now gain a man advantage off the back of that one. Yoshi will send out their last cascade to try to slow down the players inside and really try to flush them away from those cubbies. Unfortunately, did not send it on over towards Dugout, and because of that, we'll have a very difficult fight, I guess I'd say. A near impossible one, to be brutally honest. They'll lose their life in the back. Kings does get a kill flanking from A main, but it's too little too late as a quick flick with the Sheriff, and it is high noon right here. 13-0, it connects, and Akron will only allow 5 rounds against them total in this entire series. The same amount, I believe, that they allowed against Ohio State Gray. No, 4 was what they allowed against Ohio State Gray. So, I mean, that's crazy. Between those 2 full matches, they gave up 9 rounds. That's a really impressive statistic for Akron.
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate, man. I mean, it's something you don't see very often. I mean, this is the Champions Division. You don't see teams getting bullied ever. I mean, sometimes you see them kind of getting stomped a little bit, but like that in just such a violent fashion. There's really no excuse to it. There's no way to put it. There's no kind of compensations to be made. I mean, we talked about it. Obviously, had a game plan on Fracture, but that was your map pick. When you let something like this happen on Pearl, that's just kind of inexcusable. It's this point of the season now. We're looking at 1-2s, 1-3s now, 2-2s. We're sitting at week 4 here. And, I mean, this map has been out for an entire season now. I mean, it came in during the fall, and we saw a pretty good bit of picks on it as well. It's not like it's just been kind of lingering about in the air. It's not like Lotus where teams are kind of afraid to touch that thing. It was almost a pretty kind of front-page advocate there off the get-go. So knowing that even then, you're still not able to close it down. It's not really a matter of the fact of when it comes around to metas or what kind of agents you're running. It comes down to just kind of team compositions, knowing how the map plays and knowing just how to hit your shots off of it and put yourself in the right position. And we just didn't see that coming out of GVSU. Akron starting on the defense. They just need to hold these corners, knowing especially momentum from Fracture winning your opponent's pick. 12-0 is just something I still didn't see coming, even with all that behind it.
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, this was Akron's map, so we expected them to win it to a degree, but that is such a large way to do it. We saw a lot of this map last season, like you mentioned, and a lot of the times it would go, one side would take a very dominant half, and then the other side would have a complete comeback, and we go to OT.
Yeah.
And the funniest part was it wasn't always attack that would win it out. Sometimes it was defense that would win it out. It was very weird. It was a very flaky map, I would say, in regards to, standardization for it, but Champions Division, we expect the tried and true. This is the highest level of play here. We expect that degree. This is just Akron. They knew this map, and they really caught off GVSU, in my opinion. They just weren't anticipating it. I think with their agent selection, I think we can come to the decision that they just didn't have the strategies behind it. Yep. They didn't really know what they wanted to pick, and that was another reason why we saw it go so heavily in favor of Akron, who just knew what they were capable of and knew how to do it. We did see a couple strategies. Right there, that last round, the only attacking round we saw come out for Akron. I love that spy cam up top on tower, sneaking in over the top of VLAR. Love that angle. Akron were not aware of it, and because of that, there was the possibility of a kill being swung through, but they didn't hit the shot, so your tagged player didn't even get killed. Just another shortcoming for GVSU. Either way, bracket blessed is not the answer so far for GVSU. They are now falling to 1-3. And this is a loss they do not want to be remembering. Akron will climb up to 2-2. They're shooting 50%. If this was soccer, that'd be very impressive. Unfortunately, this is Valorant in the Champions Division, so it's still somewhat impressive in all honesty. They had to face off against the Indiana Hoosiers, which they took 1-2. They had to face off against Northwood, which they took 1-2. They are sitting in a good spot where I would consider them maybe in top 5 of this division, just considering the teams they faced and the performances they put up against them.
Yeah, considering, I mean, how many losses they've gotten so far, I mean, still only 2. It's pretty early in the season. Things can still be done. I mean, you don't have as many weeks, obviously, anymore, but knowing that, I mean, you have that line, as thin as it may be, it's still under you. You're still standing on it. You're still balancing kind of within that threshold. And you know that, I mean, any team who's kind of come your way, you've sent them back down into the depths once more. So you know that you're at least the bottom of the barrel of the top half of the league, which, I mean, hey, it's fine. There's definitely room for growth, but you just can't really forget about those who are under you, and you have to make sure to be ready for those. But after a 13-0 map, I don't know if that's really too much of a concern anymore. And even then, kind of 13-5 winning your opposition's map, it kind of sets that standard to say now that they should be set here for the rest of the season and kind of being above that line where they just have to reach greater heights. Because considering even then, the kind of curb stumps they find in some games and knowing that others are still lost in a pretty close manner shows that there's a lot of differentiation here within this division alone.
Can we pull up the standings real fast, producer? I'm sorry if that's not ready for it and to drop that on you, but I want to point something out here for Akron. They're sitting very center of the bracket, 6-5, right? Sitting in this state. The Hoosiers did take 1 loss. I would still consider the Hoosiers to be a top 3, top 4 team. Just considering the map differential is the only thing that's putting them behind. They're still sitting the same record. They're technically tied for 3rd is what I put it for record. Akron have faced 2 bottom 3 teams. GVSU and Higher State Gray is the only 2 teams they've won against. The 2 top teams they face are Northwood, the best team here, and the Hoosiers, who they also lost to. And they took the only map off Northwood, and they took one of the maps off of the Hoosiers. So in my opinion, Akron are sitting in such a good spot where they are still very much so middle of the brackets, but they are in a state where they can very much so tell anybody here in this bracket, whether it be Northwood, Davenport, Purdue, WVU, or Hoosiers, that we can contend with you. We can be some of the best here in this Champions Division, and I think that's a great spot for Akron to sit. But you also have to keep in mind, they've got, 5 more teams that are above them just on this listing here, or 4 more teams that are above this listing here that they still got to deal with, and theoretically could be a huge thorn. They've, gotten 2 tough fights out of the way, but they've got more tough fights in front of them than they do easy ones. So they're still going to have a very tough season, and time will ultimately still tell how it's going to pan out for them.
I mean, even then, just going ahead and looking at last week as well, which, I mean, I already cast, which was the likes of West Virginia and Illinois. Those 2 teams, I mean, and I got to say, they look right around that league of these 2 teams here. It looked pretty good, but even then, they were able to compete with West Virginia, who's in that 3rd, 4th spot, kind of bouncing around inside of that league, who's really up there with the likes of Northwood. They're the ones you're expecting to be taking some of these maps and bringing them to 11-13s or whatnot, or even into theoretical overtime. So, you know, Akron has that potential. I mean, I think it's just a couple slip-ups early on in the season. I mean, looking at what they've had to deal with, I mean, it was a win, loss. Little bit odd, I mean, considering that you get the losses after the dub and you're kind of starting off hot. But now getting another one, you're saying, okay, this could be a new chapter. Things are looking fine. Going now into the future, we can just kind of keep that ahead of us. But I can go ahead and tell you, at least from last week as well, out of West Virginia and Illinois, is that even though they're kind of sitting in the middle of the bracket and towards the upper quarter, they don't like these odd maps. Fracture, Pearl, those aren't going to pass through at all. We saw Northwood last year choose Pearl, and it was kind of pretty close, and it was very early on the life cycle of it. Ever since then, they said, kind of everybody loves this thing now, so let's not do that anymore. They're probably be on to something like Lotus now, or just something to where they're throwing curveballs at you, and you just don't see them coming. So if you want to come for that top spot, you have to nail down those typical maps. As much as I hate saying this, because I don't want to see Haven and Ascent and Icebox as our only 3 maps for the rest of the year, if for you as a team, it doesn't matter. You don't care. You're caring about winning. You're not here for content. You're not here for clips. You're not here for a job. You're here to win, plain and simple. And that's what you really have to nail down on and make sure that map pick ban system goes into your favor for.
The reason why Northwood likes to pick up some of the newer things as well is because they've got a very solid coaching staff. They are a very accredited university for esports in general, whether that be COD or Valorant or anything in between. They have the staff, they have the wherewithal, they know what they're doing That's why they're a team that can kind of get away with that in somewhere like the NECC for the Champions Division instead of places like CVAL and things like that, where they got to really face, or Astro Class, things like that, where they really got to face really tough competition that matters an absolute ton in comparison to like the normal season in the ECC, where they're predicted to place high anyways, and they're going to go on into the champions and the nationals and whatnot for it. They're going to be going into that no matter what, essentially. So they're not as stressed. They're going to try things out against teams that they know that they can usually beat, or at least give them a somewhat good fight. Other teams don't have that same luxury for the newer maps, so that's where they can test those things out. And I honestly think facing Northwood is a huge learning point for teams like that. Whether you get beat by them 13-0 like Akron just did against GVSU, you're learning something against them, right? It's a huge learning point. That's one of the things I love about collegiate esports. You may lose, but you learn something the whole way through. Maybe you just learned your team doesn't have the best mental. Either way, you learn something, and you're going to be able to take that and move on to the next game, and it's such a huge point to work off of. Either way, we learned something here today. Akron can contend with the best of them, and they're going to have their chance to do it as we're only exiting now week 4. Got another game coming up right after this one, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Me and Dallas will be bowing out, but you got 2 great casters to take over. When that game is ready to get underway, we'll see you when that game gets started. Sure, we'll get it figured out. And until then, thank you guys very much for watching. Stay tuned for more.
Welcome, everyone. We're getting into our final match of the evening. It's the NECC. We're presenting you some really good Valorant competition. And of course, we can't do it without all of you at home. And of course, my awesome co-caster, I'm Hail Monkey Man. I'm alongside Orbital Casting. And of course, Orbital, we're getting ready for the final match of the day. It's week 4. A lot of these teams are starting to suss each other out. The competition is getting heated. We're in the middle of the pack, middle of the season here for the spring semester. I didn't know, first off, how are you? We're in the middle of the night right now.
Yes, we are. We're kicking it off pretty late in the evening, but I mean, I've been doing well. I've been excited to get this match underway. I'm excited to see what the teams have because midway of the season, this 4th week, I feel is very, very important. It starts to tell who's going to be ready to go for the final weeks and who's not. It's very, very important, I feel, to start, solidifying your standings, right? And those are unfortunately not updated. It's week 4. Of course, some teams are currently only 2-0. There have been reschedules and everything of the sort. But again, these teams, they need to start buckling down. They need to start solidifying their standings. I would say a comfortable spot is, of course, 4 wins under your belt. And that's what you're going to be aiming for towards the end of the season if you want to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be able to find yourself into as well at times because some of these top of the stack, they're just so darn good. Sac State up there looking really good at 4-0. And one of the teams that we're going to be seeing tonight is going to be California State University at Dominguez Hills, the CSUDH Bulls in gold, as they're right now 4-0 on maps through a few of their reschedules. But, right now they've been able to at least play one whole match, and opposite of them in terms of both productivity as well as getting things done. In 9th place right now is University of Victoria, the UVic Vikes, as they're fighting through this Emergence Pacific Frontier division. Like you said, getting around about 4 wins, kind of, being that moderate 4-4, that even 500 of series play, and otherwise, that's where you want to kind of be. You obviously want to be at the top, but this one it's a tough grouping. Sac State is pretty much sacking anyone that tries to get in their way. Look at that differential, but tonight is all about the fight, and I think that Vikes in gold, we're going to be taking on the gold fight of the Bulls here for CSUDH, and I can't wait for them to be able to do it. And we're also going to some tried and true maps here, Orbital.
Oh, yeah. It's, I mean... I don't think we need an introduction to the maps, right? Like, we know exactly what's going to go down, but we want to talk about the players. The one thing that has changed, we got Frankie, DC, Evan, Kusho, and Seizu going to be rounding out the CSUDH squad here, and they'll be rocking their way upwards. Again, they have played one official match, and then they had one forfeit win, and then they have a reschedule. So they have 2 matches currently under their belt, and I'm very excited to see what this squad can do here in this matchup.
And, Seizu, shout out to the junior that's currently working on the computer science and philosophy. They're going to have to change some philosophy and be able to get some current wins. But throwing it over to the starting roster here for the Vikes of Victoria. It's Ermili, Zero Zeit, Kyra Gaming, Corovex, and, of course, KC. And what's great, we have a grad student in Zero Zeit. One of their fun fact for their degree, it takes 7 years to get that clinical psychology with a concentration in neuropsychology. So a lot of brain work up there. I'm hoping they've been able to propel this team, really kind of reignite maybe this squad as they're going into this 4th week of competition.
They're going to try their best, and I give them a lot of credit for what they've done. They have done some work here, and hopefully, again, as they keep moving forward, as a team that is sitting at the bottom of the standings, you get to kind of test your mettle. No one really expects too much, at least the other teams, but you should always expect more out of yourself, and you should always be looking to improve, and that's what I hope to see here. Again, Ascent and Haven going to be the most important ones here, but Lotus, of course, Lotus making its way through, which is quite surprising in its own right, is going to be the decider. Fracture and Pearl will brand away first, and then they will split Icebox, so Lotus just kind of got left up in the air.
I wonder how much of that was, all right, we just don't want to play on these, and that's the wild card map. It's the least practiced. We have obviously the most practiced, which is Ascent and Haven, which was part of our main triplicate of maps. Take Bind away, and now those two run to the forefront. I thought maybe we get a bit of Pearl, maybe a bit of Icebox, but everyone's still afraid of Split, Fracture, and the rest. So we hit Ascent first, and it depends on when you find it. Sometimes Ascent is your second map just for the sure thing, but it's definitely going to be our starter kit for a warm-up. And I don't think anyone will be hating on that one. It's just about execution. That map has been around since, the dawn of time and the dawn of this game. And it's just about how these teams will be able to run into it.
It's the beginning and end all for a lot of these collegiate teams. They're just like, listen, we're only gonna play like 4 maps, honestly, and that's all we're gonna care about. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Granted, though, Ascent lends itself to one of the more basic concepts of, do you understand Valorant? That's the best way I can look at it. Now, people will argue all the time, but whenever a map gets played so often, it stops becoming so much about, what does the map offer? What are the angles and everything? Because they should be learned. You said it best yourself. It's been around since the beginning of Valorant, and it will continue to be a staple outside of course, some of the other ones, such as, we don't talk about the map that shall not be named. We'll leave it at there. But it is a test of how well have you practiced, and then the gun duels, right? How good is your aim tonight? And that's what the first round here on Ascent is really going to give us, because these teams will be staying on the same sides every single map. For UVIC Gold, they will always be starting on the attack first, and for CSUDH Gold, they will always be starting on the defense.
And that's going to be a creation of pace, maybe be able to get you kind of your starter, you feel better from wherever you want to, but that also can kind of lock you into a mindset of, okay, well, we can't change this up. There is going to be no difference after we start off the halves. It's always going to be pushing from, and actually receiving whatever the team can be able to give to you. So you got to be ready, solving the puzzle first, but maybe they have that in their back corner. And I'm excited to be able to see if they're, willing and able to adapt to how a consistent starting attack for each of these maps, if we go to 2 or even full-fledged 3, will be able to evolve over time. The first one, though, is going to be Ascent. And I love that, as the patch in the meta has changed everything up, that Chamber used to make it no fun. Everything was slow. You had to run through his traps and, of course, be able to deal with his sniper from long range. Now, there is some volatility on this map with the speed, and often it's done via jets, and lo and behold, there they are. That's pretty much your main starter kit all the way through. The key difference here are the controllers.
Yep, controller is going to be bringing a little different angle there. We do see the Fade and Astra, which I like the combination. Not so sure up against DC and Frankie. Those two will be bringing out a different bit of pain on their own, the Sova and the Killjoy. And I have a penchant for Killjoy. Killjoy was one of my favorites running into the... when I first started up Valorant, it was a very, very nice agent. And it just felt good, right? You have a lot of spacing. Now, granted, Kyra is also running it, but I love the old school feel, right? Sova being on Ascent is a tale as old as time as well.
Yeah, this is the main combination that you often see in most meta picks whenever you have a lot of the intel grab and a lot of the movement that comes from KO as well as Sova, because you have the post plant holds, you have the full no fun police, but that can be done in a different way off of Fade. She can be very aggressive, especially with the haunts, being more clever, I guess. Instead of having to fly an owl drone straight through an archway, you can be able to put the ghosty up on top of it. So maybe that one will provide some level of difference here, as they will be on attack. And Astra, as a controller, can be able to create some great post-plant situations, as well as dictate an entire wall as the Cosmic Divides could come down. But we go into our first pistol here in round 1.
And it'll be the simple test, right? Just like always, it's a skill test. You got to make sure you know how to hit your shots, and it's a full A-side push from UVIC Gold saying, hey, we're going to take that chance. But Evan allowed to be out in the middle, but can't land a single shot, so no kills go their way. Kusho, though, on the back end is going to find KC. She is going to fall, and it's now down to a 4v4 connector, being a majority share of this painful trading locations. But Frankie able to get a flank, wanting to lay down a little bit of utility, and because of that, they are funneled in. UVIC Gold, they are stuck inside this A site, and they have paid their dues. They will get the plant, and now it's a test. On to the retake.
Frankie Flanky is being stopped by a door. They need to be able to get that one down, so they do break it, which now opens up a thoroughfare. They will be able to get that line of sight, and the 0-point knife does go out. But Kyra Gaming is going to try and swing right around to Frankie. That doppelganger syndrome between the both, and one will fall. One is still at Jenny. They actually land a quick shot, and that leaves one in hell, and they will be there in earnest and for the long haul, as the defuse and the retake does occur, and that's a CSUDH of the Bulls that are able to get this first round. That one was patient. I thought maybe they were in a great position out of Jenny, but it really just kind of funneled all of that warfare, and they got kind of stuck on both ends.
It was something that they were willing to try here, and I do appreciate it. So, for the fight that went down, UVIC They're going to try and fight their way back. And again, CSUDH Gold sitting with some nasty weapons here. The Spectre's coming out to play. Get that spray down as much as possible. But Corvex saying, hey, let's trade out weapons. Let's have a little bit of fun here. And we'll get into the second round. Now, granted, I know a lot of people, they love to put emphasis on the first 3 rounds. It does dictate a little bit of the pacing, but I always say Valorant doesn't start till round 4, right? Like, the first 3 rounds tend to go the exact same unless something crazy happens. And, I mean, Evan might be doing something crazy. It's only a Sheriff in hand, so feeling real good about the start.
Sure, they feel a little bit better, especially because they didn't land any of those shots the last time that they tried to sneak a peek onto the catwalk. That time, they take down one and they scare away another. So, keeping close together are the Vikes of Victoria as they have to play on the low end of this buy. Spectres and mid-control out for Marketplace. They're not going to let them through for free, and there's a lot of gadgets. Keep hopping around between box and site, and this is very, very stalled. They're very, very kind of a lot of apprehension is going to sit in here for being able to push into main B. They are at least teasing it, testing it. They got the orb, and DC's just waiting for anyone to appear in his sight lines.
I mean, at this point, it will be that flaying through, but an arrow coming out, so a bit of util tasted. And Frankie and DC just light them up. The crossfire lays out Uvik to 1 alive, and Zero Sight is going to try their best. I mean, there's not too much you can do. Miss a 1. You hit a couple shots, but again, a pistol against armor ain't going to do too much. Frankie takes a 3K as it's a flawless round for CSUDH Gold.
And I can believe in your philosophy. The fight doesn't really begin until round 4. This is more of the test of how, okay, who's going to start ahead in both the eco as well as just being able to kind of get their kills, having their clicks warmed up, getting the mouse moving around, and maybe a little of A to D movement in your ASDWs. But now we get what is assumed to be the buy up over into UVic Gold as they did save and stay together. There will be some Vandals on the field, Spectres across from them, but the bonus, I want to say that round number 4 is great because that becomes a real rifle round, but round 3 definitely can dictate the rest, especially if you win the bonus. Then round 4 seems about like all of a given thing, and Seizu is going to be defending afar, but that's Zero Zeit that finds first blood.
It's a great couple shots, you know. In CS:GO that wouldn't fly, but you know what? Here in Valorant it does. I'm just putting that one out there. You can hate me all you want. Right now, though, Zero Sight was ready. Corvex, though, finds Evan's life. It's a 3v5, so CSUDH Gold still playing on their own side. You can see the deep holds here, 1 on each side, and then 1 in connector to Garden. You know what? They'll play it pretty. All 5 storming up this mid to Pizza and saying, hey, Marketplace might be our place to shine. It's deep fade back out. So playing this one very, very slow. DC ready to go. Wants the rest of the team there, and it's going to be a quick flank. DC is going to get a huge pop off. Only gets 1, but it's enough. Seizu was able to find another. Frankie able to find Ermely, and it's down to a 2v2. They've made it work. CSUDH Gold might make it happen, but Corvex finds Frankie with that star.
Now Seizu was hanging on to Site A for the longest time until the rotation was needed, but they are a little bit late to it. The party was popping and confetti poppers were thrown away. They actually are going to use the Cosmic Divide to really turn this into a zero-sum game for Seizu. That is a very early draw of it, but they get that so fast. They're going to press through this wall, but there's actually a lot of extra space. They have no idea if someone's there. They're just going to poke and prod, and they're actually going to be able to win the trade as Casey is taken down. The paranoia goes through. They're going to teleport onto Site. And they still think they're there. Oh, but they miss. They looked the wrong way, thinking that both were in the house, but one was a mouse just hanging out in the corner, and ooh, the Vikes get away with it.
Oh, that was heartbreaking. You did all the right moves, and it was, I mean, you're guessing, right? It feels so bad. You guessed. That's all it was. You guessed Boathouse. They weren't in Boathouse. You can't hate on that. That was a well-fought attempt, and you know what? You push Uvik down to only 1 player alive. That's way more than you could have asked for. Normally in those situations, you only get maybe 2 kills, right? You got 4. Beautiful job there.
Yeah, that's about maxed out performance. And this one turns into a rough situation because though Uvik did win, they got that round, but at what cost? Well, 4 players' lives and a lot of guns. So this is a rough economy for us all. Much included our likes of University of Victoria, so Zero Zeit's going to be holding that one from long form. They're actually waiting for that aggressive push. There's a lot of plays here, Orbital. Defenses oft push up, getting a little bit antsy, but also trying to dictate space. But that pace is very slow, and everything's really like just coming up. They're gonna break that door, make sure that no holds can be made here on side A. But it looks like the push is about to begin.
And they don't really have a choice, and this is a patent pending jet push into death. Seizu was ready for it. Seizu was ready, and I felt it was coming, so Koravex is able to trade it back out, but you know what? One is enough. You get the rest of the team here because you have the lockdown. You're not worried about this take. But Kyra's gonna go ham. Frankie, though, says not today. Koravex gonna set up the wall. And Frankie just swings for a 3K. Just make it easy for yourself. There's one left alive. Zero Zite is gonna try their best. But Frankie cleans house with a 4K. It is gonna be 3-1 as CSUDH Gold take the lead.
That's where I also start seeing and wondering about kind of that round 4 onward, because this is when things start to get a little bit cyclical. You still had the one, basically a hero rifle, but the buy wasn't there. They went into sheriffs because everyone did die. Now this one becomes a true rifle round. You're gonna have an operator actually on the side of the defense for the Bulls as they put one in the hands of Evan, and they're gonna start looking for those trades. Frankie's at 10-1 right now through the first 4. That's beautiful. That's what, 2.5 KD through the first, but or at least average. Their KD is phenomenal, this 10.0. But opposite of them, need to be able to see some good output. The lethality has to be here, and it looks like they're going to be hitting properly to B. One swing out in tiles, but the 0 point will identify where they at. So maybe the swing begins. They will step away.
And DC sprays through the wall and found one, and then Evan clotheslines Ermely. Ain't nobody coming down B alley. That is why I love Sovas on this map. That's been going on since season 1, and yet it still works wonders. That's why I love it.
That's so rude. It's so
not
good.
rude. It's skill. Listen, every Sova player will call it skill. Okay.
I'm starting to get some Sova vibes from you. I'm like a little
actually
bit.
Not, I just like Sova on that. Like Sova running around with an Odin is like you can't not love it.
It used to be the Ares, and then you pop an Odin when you feel a little bit more rich, and so able to invest.
That's true.
Casual flex into it. We'll see the swarm grenades at least pushed out. They may get them expended, but Zero Zite is able to take down Frankie, and that's the biggest piece of lethality in the arsenal of the Bulls. And that's another as DC will drop no more Sova antics. They have flashed themselves. Kusho looking to step into the fray as a 2v1 swing. They're blind firing. Oh, but up over the fence line goes KC on the wallbang.
I mean, that's a wallbang that you really need, but Evan was ready with the operator. That's a second right there, and you only got 3 HP. There's only so much that you can do. And Seizu was able to finish it off. So for what it was, Uvik on a save round put some pain down. CSUDH Gold carry 2 over. We're able to collect, I think, some of the weapons, and we're able to maintain Evan and DC. I want to say someone gathered the Odin, but I also don't think so. So I'm pretty sure that's a second bot Odin here.
That's how rich is DC. Just keeps putting
at
Odins.
3, 2, and 4 as well. I think someone grabbed the weapon. I think someone grabbed the weapon for him.
It has to be, right? There's no way. Unless someone's just being like giving them some sugar. And again, DC is just being disrespectful. I don't care what you call it, but they're gonna put the sentry bot up here on Hut, seeing if anyone is gonna get sighted, holding that kind of that passive flank position, blind knives, leaving them down to 2, and so now they have to go a little bit more precise out here in Marketplace. Oh, and they're absolutely blind. So what good timing that was by Kusho to get rid of KC, but now Kusho hits the floor. Oh, and a massive wall bang as that one goes through Kyra.
And DC's, for some reason, just spraying in every single door. Look at that. That's the second kill. DC, normally it's through B main, and nah, this time it's just straight up through Marketplace. Just screw it, we got it, no worries. Koravex sitting here with a ghost in hand. I mean, you're doing the best that you can. CSUDH Gold look golden right now. They are doing so well. And again, this was a save. I miscounted in the previous round. I do apologize for that one. That one was a gun round. This one is their save round. Even Gold, they can't do too much, but they'll get a second chance. This will be their second gun round here in the game.
See what's online right now. We got a Nightfall. We got a Lockdown that could be able to open up some space. Honestly, both of those could be able to do post-plant or just straight up open up areas for UVic to be able to march into the first half of the first half. The first 6. 5 of those have gone over to the Bulls, and right now they do also have a set for deny if they want to utilize that Hunter's Fury. And from the shadows, I mean, Seizu could get really, really cheeky with it, but otherwise, we get this rocking and rolling. This is a weird split. They're going to create a decoy maybe, or just look for some aggression when they put their KO all the way to B, but the rest are on A right now and up in mid, so they're trying to really control this mid priority.
It is quite important, but again, mid has been almost fully denied. It is that bait section. A is actually going to be where the big pinch comes. KC swings out, doesn't spot anyone as Seizu was able to get behind the wall at an appropriate time. CSUDH, they go ahead and hear it, but Zero Zite was ready for Evan. Evan does drop that up. That is no longer in play. Kusho has to get out of harm's way. The attacker lockdown will commence, and no one is tagged, so 4 members still alive, 4v5. This is very doable, and they break through, but Frankie was ready. The window shattered and gave it away. Couple swarms going down on top of the spike, so this is going to have to be fought for, but Ermely wants to be ready. Look to the left, look to the right, shots on the wall, and you don't get the hit, but you do get the secondary. KC finds Seizu. DC going to try and spray as hard as you can to get 2. No way, DC. No way. Kusho swings, and all of a sudden CSUDH are in a 2v1. You can't get through that Cosmic Divide. Ermely has given away too much information, and up on top, you're just baiting. Can Ermely bait it out in time? That'll be a little bit of a clothesline, and DC claims that round for their own. The Odin screams on high for 6th.
Who even buys a Prime Odin? Who does that? Apparently DC does. And they hang on to it, get a 3K. And I love the positioning of that Cosmic Divide because it forces you, no matter what, to jump out from heaven absolutely unawares of what is going to happen, except that you have to swing and start fighting as soon as you come off the top rope. So job well done by the Bulls, as really they've you know, I usually say get the bull by the horns. It's been really tough for the Vikings to do that, and I guess Vikes also are used to having horn helmets, so they've got them by the horns, and so far it's been rough going. This is another kind of eco round into UVic. Gonna put that 0-point knife out there, see if they can identify anyone out in tiles. They do tag all of one, and what was funny, if it had turned the other direction, I would have made note of it as being a negative, but Evan actually kind of had a lot of trigger discipline on not taking early fire against Kusho whenever they were pressing up through mid, and then they got killed. Otherwise, though, UVic just kind of got taken aback off of these retakes, and CSUDH has really not suffered from it.
No, they haven't. They've had a phenomenal time, and this is, well, that was unfortunate. DC might be good with the Odin, but that recon bolt had a little bit of trouble right there. That was entertaining. Listen, you make up for it with the aim, though. Brutal shots there. Oh man, that was great. But going back to it, I do agree. CSUDH have not really had any problems, and there is a fear, at least for me, is that because this is going to be the standard, right? CSUDH always on the defense, and of course UVic always on the attack to start. It does worry me, right? Because UVic will have to find a way to break this feeling of being unable to get inside of that wall. They're going to be having a difficult time there, so I want to see them be able to take a couple of rounds. I want to see them adapt and overcome the CSUDH defense.
A lot of ultimates are active and online for the Bulls right now. They have not had to really expend anything. They've been winning the first contact battles. They have straight up been winning Odin battles. And, you know, maybe a lack of efficiency of Sova abilities just plays into being able to ADS to your heart's content, especially when you basically have a moving 50 cal turret that is just being chucked around. Oh, they've seen them all, though, and they get another free
gosh!
Fire. Wow, just continuing to ruin people's good
No!
day. And they're doing it again.
No, this is illegal. Illegal move. Illegal, DC. You are not allowed to do this. Not once, not twice, not 3, but 4 rounds in a row has found a random kill. I wouldn't even call it random at this point. It is predetermined. DC is a master of the Odin and then some.
Telling you, it's unfair.
It is.
It's a slap in the face. How can you be that good? Too good. You know what? That's what you get off of an intel operative like that. They're able to tag you, and then they bag you. Just putting you down. Frankie from up in heaven. They don't recognize that one's over the box until they have to swing, and now they'll be able to get one right out of Jenny. That's a flawless round. And here's the thing, is that I think the previous was eco. You go over to a rifle round, and it's no different. We have 9K in the bank for Evan. We have 8K. They could buy several Odins and throw them off the map. Or maybe just keep them like in their back pocket. And this is why I worry about starting on the same side of every map. I know every map is different, but you get in that same mode because the Bulls are just set to receive what the Vikes are doing, and they don't have to change that pace.
I agree. I mean, we pointed it out earlier, right? And that is a big worry. So for right now, we can see it's a little bit of a bargain bin. UVic running with a couple marshals, and they're going to try their best. They really just want to stuff this DC mayhem. I think that's all they're really working towards, right? You can see a floating 3 over there, and they're going to try and pinch inside of mid, but Evan is just quicker on the draw. Actually, wasn't quicker on the draw. It took a lot of pain, but because the operator outranks the marshal, you know who wins that trade.
Yeah, that was a Marshall bullet to the throat, but apparently they had like an iron just gullet and able to kind of absorb it and throw it right back at you. A nice repel, but otherwise they are trying. It's almost like DC is the final boss, or at least a mid-layer boss of this entire team. Just kind of a mad lad in the back. Look at him; he's already he's retreated, and they know what angles he's kind of held over in Marketplace and from stair. But this is also an interesting position because you have one lended all the way to A, and that's kept this early rotation from occurring because there's at least a tiny bit of a decoy as they put the sentry out, and they're trying to push that spike into B if they can, but again, DC antics just making people want a DC.
I love how we're just watching the kill feed for this, right? Like, we know it's going to happen at some point. It's just getting frustrating. Every time DC's alive, it's just happening over and over again. Oh, man. Can we nerf DC? Can we tell like DC to just never use the Odin again? Is that allowed?
I'm sure. I mean, they might have agreed. They also might just, in spite of us, buy like have this entire team buy just Odins.
This is the equivalent of buying an auto sniper and just running it ham like up the door. It's ridiculous, but I love it because it is so valid. Because again, this is the other fact. UVic know this is going down. UVic know exactly what happens every single time, right? For the last 8 rounds, this has not changed. I would like to point out this exact thing has not changed for 8 rounds in a row. DC. Why are...
He just
Do you know the definition of insanity, Monkey Man? Do you know the definition of insanity? There goes the Nightfall.
Well, DC do be crazy, I guess. I don't know. The blind's coming in, and everyone's trying to push through as everyone is dealing with the nightmare.
Oh my gosh! I am done.
He gets 2 more.
I will see you all later.
He can't. You can't even hear him. The operator shot put straight to the chest of Zero Zite, and now they have to deal with that. They even nearly get jump swung and popped like a pinata. They're actually marching it out, but Corvex is able to survive. And another big swing by Kyra. Trolley gets Kusho, but
oh
that's another one for DC. How many in a row is this?
I'm so glad someone else killed one of the UVic members because you can't give DC an ace like that. Thank you, Corvex. Wow. Thank you so much because now he's down. He's still going to buy another Odin. We know this, but at least you took one away from him. So well done, though. For as much ragging as I have on this Sova, on DC, it is phenomenal. His hold, his strength, his power over this singular site.
This is a sentry in their own right. They're trying to put a star down. Oh man, can they be able to hop through down to 2 HP? It's gonna just whisper at him. There's a knife over the top. Evan pops the blade storm and just that one didn't even have to properly hit them based on hitting that swarm grenade. So last round.
No.
Wait. Okay.
No.
There's now 2.
No.
Give them all. Yes. They're just stockpiling them.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever heard 600 bullets go burr? Someone else give him one more. Come on. One more. Give it. No, it's not going to happen either way. It is it's been a show from CSUDH, and I love it because you can also see they're not flaky. They're not playing with ego. They are playing respectfully and smartly, and I like it. So Evan just naps up a kill, looking for another one. The knives are out here. It's a dash around, but a good teleport out as Seizu teleports right in the doorway and says, sit down. But the hunter cheering from across the map snags one more. The damage does its work as Evan does fall after taking 3 lives. And it's a 1v3. Can Zero Sight do it? No, you cannot. You tried your hardest, but it's 11-1 here in the first half.
Finally pop some ults, and it gets them a very efficient round win. Wow, just that we had all of the one bonus breaker that happened in round number 3. Since then, it was a wild goose chase of how to get an Odin out of DC's hands. That happened all of a couple times, and then everyone's trapped. The snapshot shooting, by the way, of Evan was nuts. That was, I mean, just line them up and just make them disappear, turn into ash. We thought Frankie was a demon, DC was as well, and now it's on the attack. I got to see what they bring this with, because they do have the kind of that default setup into this kind of meta composition. They're gonna take over mid.
Free roam. Easy does it, and now all the noise should be heard. So look at the right click. Ermely gets one, looking for another. Can't find it. DC finds their own, but it's a trade. Marketplace is now a pool of blood. And we're looking in a 2v3. UVic Gold coming out with some phenomenal headshots, and they are coming to life here, and not a moment too soon. Yes, it's a long way forward, but it all starts with 1 round.
Gotta take your second step. That's after you take your first. That's taking a round if they can, but again, we're dealing with Frankie here. We've got to be reading some level of rotation. They're going to stay calm, cool, collected here in mid, and Frankie doesn't want to take a distance battle. All of a classic. That's one of my favorite classics, though. Gives you the click, bang, bang. But it's going to be KC that has better of a weapon. They can be able to put some good sheriff shots down lane. Frankie, will they dry peek this? Yes, they do. Actually, they're getting caught with that in hand, but the miss by KC will allow them to at least push up into sight.
Destroyed. 30 seconds left.
I mean, at least you're in there, and you do a fake plant to try and draw one out. KC is going to look. You can hear the footsteps up.
Oh, no way.
The sentry found it, and the shots go out. KC swings one with that Marshall, and it is going to be, or not the Marshall, the Sheriff. Man, too many Western people out here, right? Or what is it? The Cowboy era, not Western. My brain does not want to work today, Monkey Man. I think it's DC. DC messed with my head too much. That's what it is.
Making your brain DC. Just
yep. Boop. It is going to be a round, though. 2 UVic Gold. They stave off looking at game point, and they're going to look to take a second as well, or a third.
Maybe even more. Maybe even get all the way 10 in a row. Let's see the magic happen. They're 2 steps away from this first map, going very much in opposite of where they would like. This is a full default. You have the spike leaned all the way to A. KC, we can see anyone will be there. They can definitely hear the ult orb, and have no idea that Frankie just went up and stole it. Oh my goodness, playing cat and mouse. Nebula is in fact down, so Evan and the gang are going to work around it. KC has a Spectre, and this is the more compartmentalized buy, but you have DC with that shorty, and they may actually turn right into it, but no, they're just gonna walk away. You know what? This is too cheeky. Let me walk away.
I like this. This is going to be CSUDH going, we know you ain't got no Odin over on that edge, so we're gonna play this one like we do.
Oh.
Of course, what the UVic do have are a couple Spectres, but a nice flush out. Kyra has to back into the site, which leaves that full side long, and Kusho able to find Korvax. Can you grab the weapon in time? Well, the spray goes down as Kyra is gonna swing on 2, even through reloading, looking for one more shot, but Kusho does a running headshot, or at least a body shot to take Kyra out. Do you get the weapon? Not in time because you dropped the spike. 2v3 right now. CSUDH Gold trying to recover a little bit of their toys. They're all second side. I mean, you don't have spike, you don't got too much, and you're going to get sprayed down. Evan able to take out Zero Sight. 1 HP in a dream. My gosh.
You got to face down 2. You got to be perfect. Somehow, you'll be able to put this bomb down. The spike is opposite of them. There's not a chance to do it. It could just be spit at and be put on the ground. So the first couple go over to the Vikes as you Victoria. Looking pretty good. But That one, you now get to see the power buy up. They're going to have to operate off of a bonus. And there's a lot of scary weapons. I don't know. No. We're not seeing an Odin early. Thank everyone. Prayer hands. Thank goodness. DC isn't out here to be a moving tank.
Imagine if you could give each other your money.
Oh my gosh.
That would change actually the scope of Valorant, I'm pretty sure. Like that would.
So instead of buying person, you just give them cash. Here's my credit card. Just go.
Well, imagine like round 2, you just pass everything over to an Odin player, and hey, you got an Odin in round 2. Hey, good luck. It's like
Eat any
Oh
of my
my gosh.
Reyna Smurfs and ranked. Shout out.
Oh man, I cannot play Duelist to save my life for some reason. Oh, Evan though. Evan found a poor highlighted Kyra Gaming. And Kyra is going to get taken out because of that. CSUDH get full authority over this A site.
Everyone is on this western hemispherical half. Casey is very hurt, and now they're very dead. Ermely as well at the hands of Frankie as they are finally put to the ground by Corvex, trying to be able to find them in heaven. But now all of one remaining, and that's going to be Uvik that can't quite recover. 12-3. We finally hit map point here. Round number 16 we go. So, breaking the bonus. This is more than likely going to be our real rifle round. Do have a couple that dropped their weapons, so should be able to open things up with this lockdown. It's so funny. I talked about this the other day. The name lockdown, but it opens things up, especially if you're the attacking side.
The only reason it opens things up is because no one wants to get locked down. So, I mean, I feel like that's the part that we're... I mean, how often do you actually see the lockdown tag anyone? It's very rare. So, we're going to see it, though, this time, as it gets planted in one of the more obvious spots. But again, it clears out a majority share of B sites. So, no one will be inside. A good little recon. I like this dual usage of utility. It's going to collapse in. No one there, and they get a quick plant. It is now all on Uvik. Uvik Gold with 5. Let's see what they can do.
Who's going to clear Seizu? You're about to have Ermely that will see them almost immediately, and that one's going to be a good kill. Seizu will defend the flank. Frankie is hanging out side of the B main push, and Zero Side has to be able to get that one out from CT. They are found out, sussed out all around. It was 5v5 to start off the post plant, and that Haunt is going to run into the Nebula. They actually see nothing because of it. Only stars. Very, very far to go as a firing squad from out in Boathouse, and it's all of one remaining. Casey will hit the floor. And it's everyone from the Bulls knocking at the door. 13-3 will go the likes of California State University and, of course, Dominguez Hills, of course. That team, they just looked like they were prepared, Orbital. 13-3. That's a measure of we were hot from the first round and just kept going. They really just dominated, and DC is a menace. No one ever give that guy or not an operator, but an Odin ever again.
I would love to see Evan and DC try and swap weapons for a moment, but it's great because it highlights the fact that CSUDH have multiple carries because DC and Evan were not even the top fraggers. I would like to point that out. I believe Frankie still took that level and that metric, so a ridiculously well done play, and this is what a team can do when firing on all cylinders. I give a lot of credit over to their squad of just understanding. And again, when you realize it's a lot about reading the opponent, when you realize an opponent is not adapting to certain situations, you take advantage of that. You do not let that go unchecked, and they did, right? Normally, you would see a Silva try and rotate out. You know, hey, we played the B site once. Let's go ahead, rotate him out, try and keep him guessing. Or you trade the operator out, right? You say, okay, operator go A, maybe to mid, and then to C or B, and try some rotation of the sort. Keep him guessing. No, the operator and the Odin stayed in the same locations. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well thought and well understood by the side of CSUDH.
I mean, they just stay in position. That's very much known by their econ rating. They're at over 100 points in their eco rating, and they just held onto the same weapons the whole time. And again, Frankie came out 21-6, but hey, DC was at 17-10, looking really, really primed and good to go. But we're good to go to a short break as we'll be prepping for map number 2. Guess what? It's the old classic. You're going to see Haven right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into map number 2 for the final match of the evening here for NECC's Week 4 of Valorant. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside the always extraordinary Orbital, and we're going into a, well, I mean, it used to be super extraordinary, but it's pretty ordinary at this point. The second map, it's Haven. It's that 3-site map you've learned to love, hate, or just know literally as the second map that we'll always ever do, at least here in the collegiate sphere. And, you know, I need to know, are these your first 2 you'd ever run to, Orbital? Like, do you have a main 2 you'd so prefer not just to watch, but to play more often?
Absolutely not. The reason for this, and I will give twofold because my camera is completely out of whack and all I got to do is move around as much as possible. I suck at Valorant. If anyone's ever played with me, I believe my good friend Time to Light has played with me once. I have whiffed shots with a Bucky point blank. It is terrible. I don't know how I do it. I'm really, really bad. So what I say is I want to put everyone on an even ground. That means bringing everyone down to my level. So I like the newest maps. I will always run the newest maps as much as possible. So Lotus, Fracture, Icebox. Well, Icebox not so much anymore. Breeze was one of my favorites actually in the past. Also because I was a very much, I love sniping. So Operator and the Marshal were definitely my go-tos. Right now, honestly, I love Lotus. I love triple site maps. So Haven as well, it's up there. The only thing I dislike about it is, again, the sites are not touched as much for B site, at least. A and C are almost always there, right? So I'm very much a huge fan of 3-site maps, and that's why I really like Lotus. Right now, though, I'll settle for Haven, right?
Yeah, Haven's not too bad. Haven, honestly, was one of my favorite aesthetically, especially because they're so cool of themes going into every single one of these. But this is also the one that I call the original puzzle because this is a very lateral map. Obviously, has a 3-site. You were talking about B being very difficult, especially to push and pull away from because you got to hang on to it. It's more of a gamble, but that's also based on, all right, do we hit this default? Can we be able to get a pick? And then that creates some pressure from the midpoint. And you see a lot of ults, especially that then can kind of cover that, especially on those wide angle flanks. But it also takes kind of a devil may care sort of mentality to want to run B. But this does become that map of execution. It used to be kind of a dating sim for Breach as well as Fade. And you put them together. And that was always the AoE ults. I'm not wrong about that. They used to be like hand in hand all the time. And I do wonder what our agents are going to be as we go into our second map of the day. And, you know, I'm about leveling the playing field. Lotus is definitely one of my more fun back pocket picks, but we do see breaches on this one here.
And it's only going to be the breach. Nothing else getting crazy in there. What we do see, of course, is that Cypher. Zero Site will be running that one. So you're running up with a duelist on either edge. Again, Evan on that jet, which did so much work before. But DC, I mean... oh, man. Okay, DC's back on his stuff. And then, of course, Frankie, again, had a phenomenal Killjoy game last time, so I wouldn't expect anything different this time. Main one, again, is Kusho, right? Kusho is going to try their best to be an absolute pain in the butt for anyone that, you know, decides to walk up. And once again, it's in the Vikes' own favor. For them, they hold the conductor's baton, and they better not let the orchestra run them ragged.
This could be very difficult, I think, for this attack. Not just because that you're facing Frankie, who is on their comfort pick of Killjoy, who is very prolific here, but you also have an attack that's going to be made by UVic, and they're running it in with Cypher. Now, Cypher is fantastic for kind of having your passive anti-lurk, especially off of those tripwires. It looks like that we're actually going full default into a lot of the split across the site. So they're going to be looking for picks, and Frankie is in a very tough place to be able to unseat a Killjoy as they have their sentry hanging out inside of garage, and it looks like they're going to actually immediately move away from it, but then they're going to peek into it as there's a lot of shots coming out of the garage doors, and they're actually going to get this plant down early.
Ooh.
But Frankie finds first blood.
Yeah, Frankie's going to have a lot of fun with this one, I think. Well, I lied. I completely lied. I'm so sorry. Corvex swings with the 2K, and it looks like UVic are coming out with some spice. So Evan through the box gets KC, and now around the corner, Corvex tries to get a more than just 3, but 3K is all they're going to get as DC is going to get that defusal off. Well done. The Sova and the Jets continue to make waves. 1-0 for CSUDH.
I blinked, I looked at my cat, I took a drink of water. 10 seconds later, the plant was diffused. Whoa, that was quick. And, you know, pistol rounds, a bit volatile. But they just kind of ran it in. C, it's kind of the dealer's choice, right there for your attack. It's about going to C, going to A. Sometimes you see a C hit immediately on your opening round because it's the least amount of long form attack that can be made, unless you're just really good about clicking with a sheriff. But this one should be a tumbling roll of force going over into A. And I do like that breaches are kind of the mainstay here because they use those fault lines so effectively, especially into sewers. And Kusho's already way up with a Spectre waiting for anyone to peek them. Well, they get poked themselves.
It's only a little poke. It's only a nudge in the wrong direction, right? Zero Zeit going, can you just stop? can I peek, please? Kyra saying, I found a turret once again. That thing is great for drawing out a few extra shots. But now they get to decide, how are we going to play this one? Uvik, they want to try and enter into the C site once again, but DC was ready for Ermely. It's not going to lend itself to a three-prong attack, but Evan was ready, same as Seizu. And Seizu runs them ragged. The Omen brings an omen of death. As there's one left alive, Corvex tried to drop a bit of util, and Seizu swings for a 3K. Beautiful job.
Corvex seems to be comfortable on the Astra, which I've not seen too much Astra played on Haven. I can see them being very, very useful, especially when it comes to putting your wells down, kind of getting more of that B. Honestly, a Astra concept off of this controller could be really, really good for attacking B, because you can put long form nebulas down on both entry placements, as well as being able to put a well out. So I'm wondering if they're going to be looking towards that in the lean here in some midway rounds of our first half. The first couple go over to the Bulls, and what a lineup as that one does kind of ricochet around, and Evan gets very aggressive as they're trying to be able to win this bonus. They didn't grab it last time. They're going for it now.
Definitely going to try Tripwire. Going to be an annoying one to get around, but the side, as you said, is going to be that test. Kusho is ready, though. Inside a connector, they're going to fire, but swing to the left, and they're going to find it. Kusho finds one, and Kyra swings for two. The Vandal picking up a few extra kills. Evan, though, with the dink to Ermely. He's going to look for another. Fires off two more shots, misses. Korvax going to swing on the far side. But it looks like the pinch is good as DC is able to find Kyra, and Frankie finds KC. Korvax, once again, a little bit late to the party, is going to try their absolute best, and they do find it. That's two. Can you clutch it up? That's going to be a find, and Frankie says, not today. It was a valiant attempt once again, but this time it's 3 in a row. CSUDH say, this is our time.
That was a momentous moment to be a hero for Corvex, and honestly, they did everything right except being able to read the future. Just being able to be like, okay, they're gonna get half, and then they're gonna step off left, because it's that counter strafe step. Just waiting it out, especially when you're on bomb defuse site. Whenever you come up and then you immediately walk away, because they are thinking that you're trapped all the way against that box, and that's Peeker's advantage usually. But that one's just whoop, just juking them in that moment. Oh no!
Oh
No, DC. No, it's illegal now, and they've actually been able to tag everyone, so they can just ruin them through these doors.
You know what? I was about to say something, but okay. Thank you. This is much easier to flush out. This is, I will say, DC doing that again is just cheeky, right? The strat is okay. It's not as good as on Ascent, but it's enough. You've done enough damage. You can take a look. There's no real heals on the back end for Uvik, so they'll just have to eat that damage. But Seizu was ready. Seizu with a rando swing on a headshot. Frankie doing the same. And it's a clean out, as it was a save. Well done to CSUDH as they take over C once again.
Watch out for that Odin play going mid, because they will put blind fire up into the B window. That's step number 2.
Agreed.
Not going to try and give you idea. Oh, he's looking at it. I see you on the minimap looking around. I see the dance also, the hopping happening. Oh, he's in the mid. He's teasing me. I don't know. But right now, Wolves have not dropped around. We do see an operator in the hands of Evan. I see full Vandals across the board. Got to see what they end up kind of leaning into. And Okay, so they've trapped him in the garage. This one thing that was actually mentioned in the chat is also it's a good idea to be able to push someone off of a comfortable Odin position. You want to get aggressive. Do not be scared for that contact, but also don't run forehead into it. Be able to utilize your util because they have some good AoEs, especially some of these paint shells, but they're actually looking over to A as they run it around long and short, and Seizu maybe get pinched off here.
Well, Seizu did eat a bit of the frag damage, but the teleport is going to bring a bit of extra recruits. Seizu hiding inside the smoke, ready to go. And that's going to be a great blind. Kusho has to respond, but Seizu with the firing squad. 2 headshots for Seizu, 1 for Frankie. Looking for a bit more. Are they going to get their 3rd flawless in a row? Seizu with the 3K, make it 4. Corvex wants to get a little bit more, and Kusho, all headshots around. That's a round for the entire team. CSUDH Gold cannot be stopped.
Bulls planted the seed of doubt, and that tree blossomed at the end right there. 5-0 right now, and I've seen maps like this swing in crazy ways. I've seen 6-0s become 6-6 by the end of the first half, but depends on really how they're going to treat this eco. They're stuck in the cycle of misery. Still known in the hands of DC. We've got ultimates online as the lockdown for retakes beyond. I guess wall from A. Usually that's kind of where that one will sit. This one is another default. And again, spam through. Just tracking anyone that might have decided to make the mistake of going up into box a little bit too soon. And everyone thankful on mid window that that one hasn't traded over to mid as of yet. So owning their domain, this operator right in the navel. So you're going to get a new one. And that's just rough. Trying to be able to find what picks they can get. But again, that's why on these ecos, I want squads to just kind of stick together.
You know they can't do that, right? That's that's an illegal tactic, right? All right. They'll give it a shot though. Frankie holding it down in B, and this is going to be that attempt. Ubik saying, all right, we're going to go for it because you let us have it. A couple recon bolts do tag, and the bird is going to find it as well. Owl Jones says, hey, I know where they are. Kusho, though, was ready, and again, it's a save, so Kusho just picking up those dinks. 3 headshots in a row. At this point, these 2 games are becoming a ridiculous highlight reel for everyone on CSUDH Gold's side. The 4th flawless in a row. For those that are not sure what that means for 4 rounds in a row, Ubik have not been able to kill a single person.
Also, that's making it look like CSUDH are the Fed because they are well fed and have a lot of money. Too much money. And the people, 99% are going to try and steal from the 1% out there. KC is 1 away from being able to have their ultimate, and otherwise we need to see a showstopper. We need to see what can be brought, and now the spam through the window, they're just a little bit short of it. You do have KC actually jumping out early. They'll push them off side. I do want to see some of this work here in B. Does anyone get aggressive? Kyra, they're going to get up into this left side wing, right inside of the nebula, and that's just a spray through. The showstoppers there. Will they be able to stop anyone? But Evan doesn't want to get caught, and so they have to take a step back. Zero Zeit is able to force Zero Sight onto site B.
Uh-oh. But here we go. That Rolling Thunder, something that has been a pain in everyone's butts, is going to layer it in. Frankie, though, with some beautiful shots. KC fires right back. Frankie with the 2K, looking for one more. Teleport up to the top side. Seizu ready to go, but Corvex inside of the smoke is able to find one more. 2v2 here. Start on the ground.
Uh-oh.
And it's time to wait. Corvex, though, on the Nanoswarm is taken quite low. And the spray, Seizu finds it. Ridiculous play overall. Zero Sight gets a nasty shot on Frankie. It's down to a 1v1. Zero Sight, you know all you got to do. The peek, the look, and you missed the shots!
Oh, that's
rough.
rough.
That feels so bad. It was, I mean, Ubik, they came out with some heat that time. You saw the aggression, but they missed the op shot. Oh, that feels so bad.
It does. It feels bad, and it's great because that respawning dark cover for Omen is just so clutch in that moment. They turned away and looked at the ground as if trying to defer away from a headshot when it's an operator. Doesn't matter. They're just trying to, you know, kind of enclose upon themselves, like don't see me, don't shoot me. But when you peek away, you think, okay, maybe they're single tapping, can't be able to find them. And this will be an early use of this Hunter's Fury, just trying to get them off site. They will actually not be able to identify anyone, or at least tag anyone. So that one's expended quite quickly. 7-0 right now for the Bulls. Fault line will tag Kusho, and they're going to return one in kind.
No, you have it. It's not mine. You take it. I don't want that. That's what it felt like right there. Right now, though, another chance here, and it's a bit more defaulty as we wish. But the Rays, again, Kyra has actually been really on top of this, and I love it, right? No matter how far down they are, Kyra has been willing to swing hard and fast against these opponents, and I like it, right? You are forcing yourself to get better and better. That's all anyone could really ask for. Right now, Defender Lockdown going in, covering a majority share of C, and that leaves an open site. The rest of UVic have to leave, but DC was ready for Kyra inside a garage. Locks him out, locks him in. This should be a free defuse. Good little bit of util from that breach, though, setting him off. And now the Hunter's Fury. And Airmerly finds Frankie. Can you get one more? Can you get one more? A little bit more than you could ask for, but a chase forward as Evan just walked in, and DC, no, DC, that's illegal. Thank you. You lock him down. You know what? You might not stop the defuse. Actually, it is, but no, you got the round. Let's go. Corvex able to dance with the timer as UVic gather around.
I thought that lockdown was going to be the end of them. It forced everyone to leave, and they had a great post plant. I did not recognize at the time that they had a Hunter's Fury. Don't know when that came online, if it was always in the back pocket, but they were putting some spam shots down into dark cover smoke, and that ultimately played out fantastic. So we will be out of pause for all of a moment, but that one, hey, a spark, a little bit of life. Evan, I was wondering about it. They W key warriored into it, but it was actually a DC, as you can see a little bit of. But we go into round number 9, and you know, it's that tiny amount of doubt, that little bit. Like, okay, hey, you know what? We lost one. Not a big deal. Seizu has been so good so far. DC continues to just be a menace. Someone that it should be illegal to buy a Nodin. Stop it. Get some help. I'm not a doctor, but it's got to be a therapy session to get your hands off the Odin. But otherwise, I do like the Vikes were able to stop this crushing momentum. But they can still be able to find 5, and that is just going to take a very consistent effort. And if they, you know, they're basically on the bleeding edge of their eco every single round right now.
Mm-hmm. It's a rough time for them. They're trying to fight their way forward, and again, as I was saying, there needed to be a change because they're on the attacking side every start. It makes it very difficult once you lose once. Once you have, sorry, let me rephrase that. When you lose once on your attacking side and you realize you had to be on the attacking side for the rest of the series, it is a bit of a demoralizer. So the fact that they are willing to still jump hard and fast, and you saw there was like a little bit of a change in mentality, right? In those last 2 rounds, it's like they flipped a switch. They said, screw it. We don't care how dangerous it is. We're going to fight to our dying breath, and I like it. They have not tried to slow down the pace. They have not weighted down the timer. They're just going ham, and I appreciate that.
For this decoy cosmic divide, you actually will have everyone rotate because they immediately saw that there was multiples going over to site A, and now it is just a melee out there. One very hurt breach running around, running away with spike in hand. Corvex is going to try and catch anyone that's going to be rotating back over to it, and the spam through the door to be able to make that one over into sewer. I didn't even know that that one was the site, but they actually have Corvex that's going to find the temple of Frankie, and so now what was a dire situation turns into one with a little bit of hope. They do have some gadgets on site, but none will be activated because their killjoy is gone. So this is a 2v3, and Corvex was able to kind of be that savior for the end of it.
Honestly, Corvex fighting all over the place, and I really, really do like it. Right now, you do have to watch 3 different angles. Gonna have to try your best here, Corvex. Looking and wait. Breach on the other side. Seizu said hello. Give a bit of information away, but a good little blind out, and that is so well timed. But KC wins out on their own gun duel with 27 HP. I mean, you're in the line of fire for Evan. After that DC, I think you're going to be good. So, well played, well fought. 8 rounds to CSUDH gold.
Seizu scared me for a moment. They had the best paranoia. They have had good leading paranoias into so many of these pushes, be it of opponents coming to them on the attack or they trying to move on to site. But then they weren't hitting those shots. You know, sometimes the weirdest people to hit are the people that can't see.
That's fair.
You never know.
They don't move like you think they will.
Yeah, no. Someone that sees you, okay, the counter strafe, A to D wiggle begins. But then when they're blind, just flipping around. Well, that one goes through the first 9. We're on round number 10. It's still a dominant foray. And so far, Bulls have only given up 2 rounds in opening halves within this series.
I can appreciate this, though. UVic not dancing to the tune of the Odin. They say, we aren't even testing Garage. They are playing it a bit slow. You can take a look. They are fading into this connector on A side. A little bit of a boom bot. I mean, you line yourself up prime for Evan. So well done there. Great snap on Kyra. Destroyed the lead initiate. And now they're lost. You can see they're wondering, do we actually want to take a chance here on A? Do we actually want to push our way in? Flip coin. Yes. No. Maybe. Does it land on heads? Does it land on tails? Does it land in a crack and, stand upright? We don't know.
Go a little bit sideways.
Yep.
Usho's having a fun time behind box on A, and they're trying to play with the heads of the Bulls. The CSU DH, they haven't bitten on this. There's just a lot of dancing. Actually, they're just kind of waiting, maybe for timeliness. Like, you know what? Okay, fine. Well, at your pace, Vikes. Come to us. And now the fault lines will be exchanged and traded. They know at least a few are coming in. And Evan gets sussed out before they can be able to take down 2. Kusho does find their double ganger, and then Ermely is able to find another one. DC hits the floor, and this becomes a 3v2. They waited for what, like 35 seconds left, and then they're able to get on site and take control.
That was so well done. The 3 swing in from connector and then 1 from long gave them the opportunity that they needed. Too many targets completely distracted Evan. And now it's a round chance. Now you have a chance to go up a second round, double your rounds that you've earned. And the gun's out, though. Frankie was ready. Now falling from the sky, though. You are dead. And Corvax actually got a kill on a falling Frankie, which is pretty entertaining to see that icon. But Corvax, once again, getting a multi-frag and being the first one on the team to reach double-digit kills. 2 rounds to UVic.
Have you ever seen the, I forgot the name of the skin, but the ones that, like, comic strips, you have, like, the cell shading or whatever, but someone jumps out of heaven on A and you kill them with a headshot midair because their body goes flying, but it's just flung to the heavens.
That's great.
Boom! Just gone. Everything else too. You have like the alien laser beams. The wolf comes down. It's so weird when it's in midair. It's so good. But
I love that. That's
amazing.
amazing.
Oh no.
Okay. Frankie, I was worried Frankie was going to get more than 1, and I was like, that should not be allowed. So UVic, they do trade a 1 for 2, and Corvac's now hiding in the back lines. It is round 11, so 1 more after this one in the first half. They're going to take a chance here. Doors are open. Zerozai going to go ahead and use that neural theft, and great information given, but because they're all in mid, it's kind of hard to say anything else, right? You're sitting there going, all right, I mean, we know where they are, but are we sure we actually want to take that fight? DC knows this angle is big, doesn't have the Odin, but has a weapon with somewhat the same value.
I mean, if you're hitting headshots, it still kills. They're going to use the cyber cage, actually, to give themselves a free run around. They're going to be going over to A, and it seems like they've given up A on a double peek from that east sector of mid B. This isn't be planted for long. Actually, gonna be planted like wide out in the open, putting a well outside of it as nebulas cover up both connector and main. But this is a rolling thunder, which I thought was actually gonna hit their own omen, but they can't quite pop anyone from having a sky hop from the jet. That's gonna be a quick swing by Seizu. Casey hits the ground, and they do know where Bomb is, but there's all of a 2v4. They're just gonna tumble forward, and they're not gonna be able to have a time spamming through, but it's just
oh my gosh!
Oh! 3K, one more. They have to ping it, and Corvex finishes them off.
Okay. Okay. Zerozai called their bluff and sent them flying. That was amazing to watch. Huge props to UVic calling that bluff at the end. And that's, you know, I said in game 1, we didn't see CSUDH getting a little bit cheeky, right? But they tried to get cheeky there, and they paid the price 100%. So well done.
That was hubris in motion. That was a takedown. That's Zero Zeit getting the good looks. Oh, but that is a Marshall to the face with a nice look to be able to get that headshot on Kyra. Gonna have a fault line out. They're one away from being able to get that Rolling Thunder of their own, which would be able to not just hold, but also create space if they can be able to get the ultimate to it. There's actually a couple that are waiting. The only one online right now from the defense is, in fact, that Hunter's Fury, and the Cosmic Divide is in the back pocket of the Vikes. They're gonna renegotiate this one, but you actually have a long-form flank as Seizu is opposite them. They're gonna be waiting in sewer.
Oh,
for that bite.
So good.
Oh, and DC was waiting.
And it was so good. The information was granted. Seizu swings the 2K. And now DC on the back line is going to find Casey. That was by far one of the best macro plays we've seen out of CSUDH. That was phenomenal, right? The lurk, the rat lurk into information given to Seizu into the flank on the back. That was perfect. That was CSUDH calling me out. You know, the hubris was there, and then they ripped it right back. Said, all right, respect given right back to UVic.
Yeah. You know what? When they play to their opponent, sometimes they can be a little bit sus, but this time around, they just took care of business. We flip halves. It's a 9-3 curse realm. Maybe that becomes true. Maybe that's where the Vikes be able to find a moment. And I love seeing lineups, especially from people that do their homework on ciphers. You get that crazy long, crazy distance tripwire right there. That comes all the way from one wall and goes to the next box of long form over. So I'll be able to get that one out of the way for free. But this is going to be perceivably default. They're going to be looking at garage at least a little bit. This could be a duel from distance here on A. Won't get much, especially with that wonderful laser pistol. It's one of my favorite. I wish I'd picked that one up when I had it, but it's out of my shop again.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
What is your favorite skin that you have, or I guess that you own?
Ooh. So I like the Prelude to Chaos because I'm a big Doom fan. And that's all Doom themed. So that's definitely one of my favorites. What about you?
Oh man, I go classic. I don't know. I like to keep it plain and simple usually. I don't know. I'm not thrilled by most of the weapon skins. I don't know. There's a Lego skin set that I just find hilarious though. That one's really funny.
It fires the darts as we're firing a dart right now, trying to be able to put some shock and awe down in the corners as this attack is pushing for the
Frankie.
Bulls. Wow, they got him with a swarm grenade and goodbye.
What? That was great to watch, just peter off into the distance.
I was waiting for the ricochet. I thought it might hit the other side of the map, but it just hit like Phantom Zone.
One enemy remains.
Just whee, it's gone, and I mean, so was the round. CSUDH Gold, they're back in form, right? They took one round, they had a little bit of fun, and then they said, all right, we're fighting back. So they do have an upper hand, and 10-3 with guns out. UVic are not in complete and utter disarray. They have 3 rounds to their name, and that means even if CSUDH Gold win this one, they have to win 2 more to finish things off.
Right there. And I have the early buy. DC is, again, being rude. Got the Ares early because reasons. They're going to actually probably be spamming into. They even pre-fired before the wall went down so they could get that early ricochet control or the recoil control. Just seeing if anyone was behind wall. Fault line comes in. Casey actually survives, and they have to be able to triple click if they can. They actually do win the fight against Evan. Casey, though, will eventually drop. This is for a B fight. They have a chance as they put some swarm grenades and dark covers out. You go into the darkness, and you wouldn't come out.
Nope. You're going to get lost in there. Kusho gets a 4K from the backside, and he's making it look too easy. That was a clean setup by them. 2 rounds away from taking another series to their name.
Well, Vikes are in that situation where if they can at least they get this bonus. If this bonus falls, then this one's pretty much over. But if the Vikes are able to at least control this with Vandals and Phantoms in hand, then we'll be into a soft stagger with a real rifle round, the 4th of the second half. Will still just be to deny that 12th back pocket of the Bulls. We'll be looking down long C. They're going to peek and see if an operator is there, but someone is just in astral form, hanging out with the Cypher. DC's going to tease him with a recon dart, and that may actually force a rotation early, but no footsteps. They actually see him with the camera. They're waiting just enough, and Korvax is able to take down Frankie.
I mean, those well played, and then Zero Zite gives them the what for. You line up and you eat those bullets. Zero Zite makes it a 3K, and my gosh, were they ready for it. A couple little deeks on the side as Kusho's just like, I got nothing, I'm sorry. Takes a wide swing with that piece, and Ermely's ready, but Kusho was a bit more. Bully shot goes through, spraying out as much as possible, just trying to get some random headshots. Now swaps to the Vandal of their own. They try and take this 1v4. Do they make the hero play? If they do, it's going to be an ace. Gets one. Gets a third. Almost gets a fourth. Are you kidding me? No, Kusho, you can't do this. There's no way, right?
I mean, there's a way. Depends on if they're expecting someone to be holding this angle. Korvax has 50 shield, 100 health, and is able to put Kusho on a shelf. So, doesn't happen. They do not allow the bonus. That would have broken their spirits, but there was a lot of players that still went down. So this is going to be an expensive buyback for the defense of the Vikes. I wonder if they actually play around 2 rifles and just kind of save. They're going to look at purchasing into that Spectre. So they have just enough for it. They may actually go into a Bulldog. It does seem that a mid-force is going to happen. So there will be a judge in hand for Kyra, who is looking for some value off of this duelist. That's been the toughest one so far for them. They're going to be holding out in sewers or outside of it.
I mean, it works, right? You were able to get weapons on everyone, so that's more than you could expect. I do agree, though. I kind of would like to see a save, right? You'd be able to go into, if you do lose this round, go into the final half with, or the final round with all weapons hot instead of a slight bargain bin. But you know what? You're banking on winning this round, and so I can respect it. Kyra was waiting, but immediately gets launched in the air and gets annihilated for Evan with the Guardian, lays them out. And that'll be Uvik Gold, all wondering what the heck just happened. Kusho with the Vandal was able to take 2 kills, and Zero Zite last round was a menace to behold. This time waiting for an opportunity. 2v4. Not the most util to work. And that'll be a blind. Zero Zite just waiting.
Spin around. Actually put the aftershock out there, trying to deny. They actually put a flash over. That's going to be 1. Can't get much more than that. Kill feed lights up. Go into a similar situation. They got 1 round better. They may try to be able to get another. They're definitely going to try. It's going to be tough buy. We look into the eco here momentarily. This one has been all bulls for the most of it. And let's see what they can actually do. Gonna have, what, a Vandal, Bulldog, Sheriff. It is very, very tough. This is like trying to be able to go to your favorite convention, but you spend all the money on tickets and you can't buy any of the swag. So they'll be here at the party, but it's gonna, yeah, that's one of the most difficult things, right? Too real.
I feel that a bit too close to my heart. I don't like you calling me out like that. That was mean, Monkey Man. As we do get underway, this is going to be Kyra Gaming in the corner, getting locked out by Evan, but traded out to KC, so that's going to be a weapon in hand. You know what? You'll upgrade as much as you can. KC waiting for that chance around the corner, but Frankie was ready to go. Ermely is sprayed down. KC gets Kusho, and DC on the outside is going to wait around the corner, gets the shots on KC. It's down to a 1v2. Make it very close. And you get gold. Come out with gold. Are you kidding me? On a thrifty round win. Yeah, sip that tea. Because something just happened. Uvik Gold. Take the round and stave off death.
A little bit of love. Turn the mid into chaos. Force them to come to your fight. And again, they're not going to be in the best position because they had to buy kind of a middling sort of situation. But there's going to be rifles in hand. You're going to have a Spectre, you're going to have Bulldogs. Actually, no, it's just going to be Vandals and Bulldogs, which sounds like a weird kind of band name. Vandals and Bulldogs? I don't know. Like, what kind of theme would that be? Like hardcore rap metal? Like, I don't know.
It's like 14 different combinations. You're just like, whatever works, whatever works. All right, knives are out here. They're playing, you know, CSUDH. They know they might have messed up that round, so they're going to take a chance again. They only have the knives out, so Blade Storm will be working, and then a long range little line of sight block, trying to bait out that A-side push. Frankie Gonna use that lockdown. So 2 ultis are being used, and Uvik just waiting for the opportunity. Kara just on the outside is hearing the Hunter's Fury, and wow, a lot expended already. CSUDH still do not have an opportunity down, but they get the kill. Corvex gets snapped up by the Hunter's Fury. KC gets revenge.
They actually
Oh
find
my
paint
gosh.
shells all over them. There was so much. They didn't even get a chance to play Valorant, but there's been a kill feed monster as some names continues to rack and stack up together. Zero's eye. Bomb is down. Recognized via the alarm bot. They are there. The Owl drone will be expended by Ermely. Going to be able to clear all current sight lines. They know that they're at least one long. Not sure of Sewer. They do make a tag onto him. That one will be a neural theft, trying to be able to get the kill onto the sentry bot. They have to be able to get this with some timeliness. The paranoia goes out. Can they be able to get this duel? Actually, they're just playing with their hearts. They don't even need to properly get them killed because they can just continue to tease them. That's what the frenzy. The bomb is ticking. This one's pretty much over. In fact, it's done. 13-5. They got the bomb down. They were able to go off site. They just controlled the minds of the Vikes until the very end. And that's going to be the Bulls taking a 2-0 tonight.
You know what? I give a lot of credit to the Vikes. We saw in game number 1, it looked difficult. It looked like a massive mountain decline. We knew this would be a test for them. And you know what? I love the switch that was flipped in game 2. We saw it was around the time that they won their second or third round. We saw them start to spice things up. We saw their attacks start to get more aggressive. And I like what I'm seeing. Will they make it into the postseason? I'm not sure. But what I have seen is that they tried their hardest to keep fighting to the bitter end. And that's more than I could ask for. CSUDH, though, look like monsters. I loved what they put out here today. DC, you made me a bit frustrated, but it's all in good taste because you are a monster with the Odin, Frankie, Evan. Everyone on that team looked so good.
There's something to be said about using kind of your novelty setups as well as the cheekiest sort of strategies, but it pays off in the long run, and it definitely works because they just felt themselves to be in that move and that groove. But it becomes a 2-0 where they get the job done. No great extension of this, and the Vikes are going to have to continue looking for their first win. Right now, they've not been able to find it, but again, like you said, kudos to them. Good work is coming on the horizon, and a 2-0 of kudos goes over to the Bulls. But that's all we have for this evening here at NECC. Orbital is fantastic being with you in the booth again, and another bit of good games here this evening.
Oh yeah, it was so much fun. And again, like even though there were 2 O's, I think there's always something to be taken out of it. So I'm glad that none of the teams lost heart, I would say. We didn't see anyone just kind of set it down and be like, all right, we're done here. Because you can kind of tell in the gameplay. So I like that everyone was still playing up to their energy. And we got through 4 weeks so far. We'll see what week 5 takes next time.
Yep, and if you want to be able to keep up with us for week 4 continuation tomorrow, Tuesdays are made for Rainbow Six Siege, as you can find us in more. I believe it starts around like 6 p.m. The best way to be able to figure that one out, it's NECC Esports on Twitter. So make sure you go check them out to be able to see the full-fledged form of that schedule. They make sure to tweet it, and they tag all the schools, which really helps me out too. But for right now, also, kudos over to our production. We have Kiana in as well as Shiro. They were able to run tonight's entire setup, so make sure to give them a little bit of love. But for this evening, I'm Hail Monkey Man. This is Orbital. You are pretty fantastic, and we'll see you next time.